Alrighty, anybody that might have missed it just there, as a heads up, we are looking for a little bit of an earlier start here today. We are hoping to shoot for 9:30 here. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are shooting for a 9:30 start here. Alrighty, everybody, our run order for the day, until I receive updates that say otherwise, is going to be Pro ET, Super Pro, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, Super Street, Super Comp, Stock, Super Gas, Top Sportsman, and Top Dragster for our first block. And then we'll move into our next block as far as run orders go. But we'll start with that for now so we don't confuse people. And everyone in the pits, this is your 15-minute warning. Once again, everybody in the pits, everyone in the pits, your 15-minute warning. We're looking to get started at 9:30 here. We should have our little racetrack alarm clock going off here in a second. You might hear it. All right, everybody, one more time here. It is your 15-minute warning before we are looking to go zoom here. 15 minutes before 9:30 and our projected start time. One more time, our first run of the day will be Pro ET, then Super Pro, Junior Thunder and Lightning, Super Street, Super Comp, Stock and Super Stock, Super Gas, Top Sportsman, and Top Dragster for our first block of qualifiers. Attention, everyone. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Could a white Ford with the license plate CMW 1075 please move your car to a valid parking spot? You are currently blocking dragsters from getting to the course. Once again, CMW 1075 white Ford pickup truck, please move your vehicle to an actual parking spot as you are currently blocking racers that are trying to get to the lanes. All right, everyone. Could the black Lincoln MKX license plate CLB 4186 please move your vehicle to a valid parking spot? Once again, car CLB 4186 license plate there, Lincoln black SUV. Please move your vehicle to an actual parking spot. Thank you again. Alright, everyone, that was our rad torque alarm clock, Ryan McQueen, running down that track. We are now getting ready to go into our runs. Could I please get our Pro ET, Super Pro ETs, and Juniors? You guys are being forewarned. We're going to be calling you to these lanes pretty soon here. Alrighty, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All Pro ET racers to your lanes, please. Pro ET to your lanes, please. Once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro ET to your lanes, please. Pro ET to your lanes, please. Alrighty, one more time. Attention to the pits. Attention to pits. Ford White Super Duty, license plate CMW Charlie Martha Walter 1075. Please move your vehicle. You are blocking racers that are trying to get to the lanes right now. Once again, white Ford Super Duty, license plate CMW 1075. Please move your vehicle to an actual parking location. You are blocking racers from getting to their lanes. Alrighty, everybody. I want to thank you for coming on back for day 2 of our Rocky Mountain Nationals here. Thank you to all you racers and any of you fans that are out here this morning, as this has been a long night last night and an early morning for us all. We're looking forward to our first qualifier of the day here, Aaron Lassie in that Nova on that Summit Lane, and car 6660 in that Napa Lane, getting ready to rumba for our first qualifier. Lassie's on that Nova coming in at 1271 and 106.81 on that quarter mile. Up next, Ryan Doherty in that Challenger, classic Challenger there, and Bailey Hebert in that 1968 Camaro. And a little bit of a red light to Ryan there in the Challenger. And Ryan will come in at 10:15 on the quarter mile. And Bailey coming in with a reaction of 71 thou and 10:21 on the clock. Laverne Andrews and Corey Newman lining up next. Andrews in the Chevy 2 and in the Chevelle 1965. Newman on that Napa lane. And starting off with a little bit of crimson camaraderie here. Despite that, though, the car colors there, actually the half blue, half red one red lighted it more. Coming in with 46 thou on the red and Corey Newman at 14 thou on the red. Laverne coming in at 8:38 on the clock and Newman at 9.09. 5 NHrA 77 getting set up here. He's found the tree, and so has Pete in the Camaro. And carrying on the pattern of red lighting here, just barely in that red light, 5 NHrA 77 by 007 in the red, narrowly there. He'll come in at, or she will come in at 10:87 and 120.68 on that quarter mile. Pete coming in, brought to you by Peter Machining Works and Detail Design at 10.07. And for our twin red light hat trick here, Sean Genie and Jason Prosler, both red lighting it here. Sean in that summer lane coming in at 10:72, and Jason coming in at 11:13. Cole Butter in that El Camino, and James Taggart in the Falcon. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro to lanes, please. Super Pro to lanes, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro to lanes, please. Super Pro to lanes, please. Alrighty. Good reaction to those two at 38 for Cole Butter and James Taggart at 25. Taggart coming in on that Napa lane at 10:86 on the clock. Butter at 11:97. Denovan Miller in the Vega 1972 flavor, and Tanya Mozowicz in the Plymouth Duster. And Miller coming in at 10:28 and 130.02 on that quarter mile. Tanya at 11:55 and 113.29. Teresa Gates, GMC, taking off there a little bit on the red. Ken Toldorf in that Dodge Dart. He'll come in at 9:51 and 142.23. Teresa Gates coming in at 10.03 and 131.46. Up next, a gentleman that was helping me learn some more things about his league for top eliminator that his family is in, Zachary Gates. Nice dude. And Nick Hoffman in the Nova beside him there. Zach with a nice reaction of 48 there. And Nick will come in at 10.03 in that Napa lane and 131.46. Gates coming in at 10.44 and 127.77. And going up against the bye for this here qualifier, Doug Clausen in that Grand Am. Narrowly in the red there for Doug Clausen. He'll hit it crimson at 005. Narrowly there. He'll come in at 10.01 on the clock and 136.70. Charlie Curry coming in a little bit in the red there. He'll hit that finish line at 9.80. And Chuck Amelia coming in on that Vega at 9.88 and 140.49. Larry Menzel coming in from St. Albert in that 1967 Satellite. Brian Harlock coming in on that Dodge Dart. And Menzel coming in at 10.23. Brian coming in at 10.14. Both of them red, lighting it there. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters to the lanes, please. Junior Dragsters to your lanes, please. Once again, that is attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Nitro Rats, scurry your way onto those lanes, please. Nitro Rats to lanes, please. All Junior Dragsters to lanes, please. On that last one, Cale Menzel in the dart coming in, just narrowly red, lighting it there at 15th thou, coming in at 10.76. On that clock, looks like he backed out too. McKenna Bold coming in, and that Mullis and Greg McKellen in that 1967 Barracuda. Bold with a reaction of 36 thou. McKellen with 55 thou. And Bold will come in at 7.58 on that clock. And McKellen coming in at 10.19. Kelsey Dudevessen coming in that Camaro, and Ricky Wilson in that 2005 Don Davis Dragster. And tight reactions out of these two on this little qualifier here. Kelsey at 30 and just 2 thou behind. Ricky Wilson at 32. Kelsey coming in at 8:55 on the clock and 160.03 on that quarter mile. Wilson coming in at 8:79 and 150.85. Justin Hamelink in that Nova, and Tammy Pajalt in that Dragster. Tammy coming all the way from Abbotsford, and Justin coming all the way from Edmonton. Alrighty there, Hamelink with a great reaction of 28 thou coming in at 9:63. Tammy coming in at a blistering 7:46 and 173.08 on that quarter mile. All right, up next in the Camaro, one of the Camaros is Gary Tamiok. If I'm pronouncing your name wrong, please correct me if you can, as I like to be great about things. And Clint in that other Camaro, the orange one. Will it be the Camaro that's going to take the stripe, or is it going to be the Camaro? This really matters in time trials. Sarcasm, fully intended. Oh, the Camaro might take it here. All right, with a great reaction there, Gary at 009 for reaction, coming in at 9:04 and 134.41 on that quarter mile. Clint coming in with 53 thou and 9:14. Pat Duhaneke and Aaron Young up next. Duhaneke in his, I don't have the model type, but I think it's an altered or something, 1927. That is vintage, up against Aaron Young's PSP Dragster. And by up against, I mean qualifiers. Yeah, whatever. Still fun to see him go fast. And Pat coming in at 8:89 on that clock and 147.83 on that quarter mile. Young coming in at 8:48 and 156.79 in that Napa lane. And car 628 with a nice reaction of 0:13. And they'll hit that quarter mile at 10:64. Justin Ronnie in that 2000 S10. And Paul Bouchard in that red SW Dragster. Justin Ronnie in that summit lane with a nice 15th thou for reaction, coming in at 8:86. And Paul Bouchard at 35 thou, coming in at 7:57. Next, 69.69, nice. And 69.69 in that summit lane will come in at 9:92. Car 5601 just using that Mutual Propane sponsored burnout box and getting ready to rumba. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Street to lanes, please. Super Street to lanes, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Street racers to your lanes, please. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Comp racers, please follow Super Street to those lanes. Once again, Super Comp racers, make your way in behind those Super Street racers here right away. Once again, that is first Super Street to your lanes right now, and following behind them, Super Comp. This is your first call. And running red, 5601 will hit that marker on that quarter mile at 9:58 and 142.50 on that mile per hour. Natanya Peterson and Sarah DeShane lining up here. And a little bit of the red light for Natanya, but she'll come in at 11:11 and 61.48 on that 8th mile. Sarah DeShane coming in at 12:42 and 51.24. James Messier lining up in that summit lane. And in the Napa lane, Serenity Borden. Just a little point of irony. James Messier is from Carland, which I think is very appropriate for somebody drag racing. And James coming in at 1370. And Serenity coming in at 1574. Melina Vanderwicke from Sherwood Park and Jackson Vanderwicke getting ready to roll here. Alrighty, Super Street to your lanes, please. This is your second call. Super Street to lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Street to lanes, please. And following behind them, Super Comp to lanes, please. Super Comp to lanes, please. Once again, that is Super Street followed by Super Comp to your lanes, please. And up next for their second qualifier, Riker Dupuis and Rebecca stand even. Riker with a great reaction of 007, near perfect there. He'll come in at 890, and Rebecca with a nice reaction of 56 as well, coming in at 801 on that clock. And Daniel O'Connor coming up next, and Zach stand even. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stock and super stock to lanes, please. Stock and super stock to lanes, please. Once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stock and super stock to your lanes, please. Stock and super stock to your lanes, please. O'Connor will narrowly red light it there, coming in at 8.06 for this qualifier. And Zach stand even coming in at 787. And 83.36 on that quarter mile per hour. Tristan Duchesne and Brandon Peck getting ready to rumba next for their second qualifier. Tristan Duchesne with 65 thou for reaction, coming in at 797 on that clock. And just a little bit on the wrong side of that red light, Brandon Peck coming in at 887. And Shaden Dansaw coming up next. And Shaden Dansaw with a reaction of 19th out, coming in at 7:83 on the clock. And coming up for our exhibitions is Daryl Steinbach. If you're looking to tag along for a ride, please find them in the pits, as it's about $200 to go lickety-split on down that track. I have heard it is quite a racing experience and a lot of fun. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Comp, you got to make your way down to those lanes, please. Super Comp, to your lanes, please. Once again, that is attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super competition to your lanes, please. Super competition to your lanes, please. That is your third call, Super Comp. And once again, that was attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Comp, this is your third call. Super Comp, your third call to get to those lanes. You guys are up next. And starting off our Super Street, James Elliott and Dean Peterson. They have the tree set at 11:10. Ford Maverick up against Ford Mustang. Elliott with a reaction of 64 thou coming in there, and 11:25 on the clock, going a blistering 140.23 by that quarter mile. Dean Peterson, reaction of 11 thou, coming in at 12:06. As a reminder to all racers, make sure you have your radios tuned to 88.9 FM so you can hear us squawking at you and summoning you onto those lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super gas to your lanes, please. Super gas to your lanes, please. One more time, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super gas to your lanes, please. And coming in for stock, super stock, Brian Gable and Darcy Clark, pardon me. In the Firebird, we have Gable, and in the 1964 Fury, we have Clark. Very similar reactions between these two, difference of only 2 thou. And Brian Gable coming in at 10.83 and 122.38 on that Summit lane. And in the Napa lane, Darcy Clark in the Fury at 10.55 and 124.69. Chuck Porter in that Chevy Camaro coming in on the Summit lane. And Norm Leponte coming in at that 1968 Malibu. And Porter all the way from Moose Jaw coming in at 11.82 and 112.42 on that clock. Norm coming in at 12.74 and 103.59. Up next, Kevin White in that 1971 Duster and car 6181. White, red, lighting it a little bit there, and 6181 with a reaction of 25 thou. They'll come in at 11.87 for that Napa lane, and Kevin White in the Summit lane at 11.40. Super gas to lanes, please. Super gas to lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in them there pits. Super gas to lanes, please. Super gas to your lanes, please. One more time. That is attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super gas racers to your lanes, please. Super gas racers to your lanes, please.
Attention in the pits and all around Rad Torque Raceway to the owner of a Lincoln MKX. We're going to let these guys go before I finish this. The owner of a Lincoln MKX with a license plate of Charlie Lima Bravo 4186. You are blocking a racer that is trying to get out. You need to move your cars. This is the second call for it, or we will just send a tow truck. Again, this is a Lincoln MKX, black in color. Charlie Lima Bravo 4186. Please go and move your car. We do have tow trucks and are not afraid to use them.
Already on that last one there, Grant Dury from Vegreville coming in at 9.11 and 169.81 on that quarter mile per hour. And Pat Duaneke coming in at 8.93 and 141.11 on that mile per hour.
Just remember there's
attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top Sportsman to your lanes, please. Top Sportsman to your lanes, please. That is, once again, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top Sportsman, line on up in those lanes, please.
Well, two more Super Gas at the line. Greg McKellen in the 1967 Barracuda. Daryl Smith in the Napa in the Corvette Roadster. Lined up and ready to fire, but a red light jump for Daryl Smith. Oh, so tantalizing close to a perfect green light, but not making it. A 10:05 for Daryl Smith on the red light jump, and a 10:23 for Greg McKellen.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Second call, top sportsman. Second call, top sportsman. Once again, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top sportsman to your lanes, please. Top sportsman to your lanes, please.
Dean Peterson with a bye run here in the Ford Mustang. Getting it lined up and ready to fire. And there's the second light. Off we go. Ooh, little bit on the delay, and off it goes. At 10:04 for Dean Peterson. Alrighty, while we got a bit of downtime here, again, we are calling for that black Lincoln MKX. You are blocking a racer, and this is the third call. I've just had staff come to me and say they are going to tow it now. So you got no time at all to make it back to that vehicle. Lincoln MKX, black in color, Charlie Lima Bravo 4186. You need to go and move your car immediately, as they are calling the tow trucks right now from the top to go and tow it out of the way. You are blocking an eraser. Last call to move it. The black Lincoln MKX CLB 4186. Well, we got the Lincoln moved. And we're excited, and thank you to whoever owned that Lincoln and moving it so our racer can get out. But we do still have one more car, well, truck in this case, that is blocking in a racer in the pit area. This is a white Ford Super Duty. It's a dually. So if you got a dually white truck, maybe pay attention. Charlie Mother Whiskey 1075. You need to go move your truck. Again, that is a white Super Duty. That's a Ford. License plate Charlie Mother Whiskey 1075. You need to go move your truck immediately.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top dragster to your lanes, please. Top dragster to your lanes, please. And one more time here. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top dragster. Make your way to those lanes, please. Top dragster to your lanes, please. Darren Butler coming in on that 1941 Willys. And Joe Graves in that Pontiac 2005 Grand Am. And Darren coming in at 7:14 for that clock, and Graves coming in at 8:17. Pat McNally coming in from St. Albert, and Kelsey DeFresen coming in that Camaro all the way from, don't have the full name, but either Grand Prairie or Grand Rapids. All right, on that last one there, Kelsey coming in at 8:47 and 167.1.
Well, while we wait for our next racer to come up to the line, as we can see, they're doing a little bit of cleanup in that one lane. I'd like to announce to you all that the pit concessions are now open, along with the Coors Light Lounge up in the second floor of the tower. So if you're looking to get some early morning, I guess we'll call it early morning, 10:30? Yeah, early morning for some of us. Some early morning grub, or even get out of the heat a little bit. Maybe it's too warm for you. You want to enjoy some nice AC with a nice cold drink. Well, come on up to the second floor of the tower and enjoy a nice cold one inside of the Coors Light Lounge. Well, while we have a little bit more downtime as the track staff are just finishing up their cleanup there, just some important facility information for all of our wonderful crew and drivers out there. Any and all participants and crew that are on motorized bikes, electric scooters, ATVs, you must wear a helmet when driving around the pit area. And don't forget to follow Rad Torque Raceway on all of our social media platforms, whether it be Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Threads, or even TikTok at Rad Torque Raceway. And you can get the all-new Rocky Mountain Nationals merchandise, t-shirts, hoodies, and more located behind the reserved grandstands. So you can go and find out all of that wonderful merch back there. It's pretty cool. I took a look at it last night, but we're up and rolling to get back into the action.
Alrighty here, Pat McNally and Dale Phillips getting ready to roll into these qualifiers here. McNally in the Camaro, Phillips in that Shelby. McNally coming in with a 009. Phillips red lighting there. Once again, in that summer lane, it will be McNally coming in at 7.04 on that clock. And Dale Phillips at 7.88. Sean Tracy in the Corvette and Randy Schmidt in the Willys. For any of you new to racing, I would tell you what's on the back of that Willys, but I'm afraid that would be spoilers. And Sean Tracy with a great reaction of 005. And they'll come in at 8:56 on the clock. And that reaction making a ton of difference. Randy Schmidt coming in faster at 8:18, but the reaction difference means that Sean Tracy hit that finish line first. Jason Miller in the Chevy Corvette and Mike Lucas in the Camaro. Who will be going faster in this qualifier? Will it be the Chevy or will it be the Chevy? Ooh, Mike Lucas nearly perfect on the wrong side of the red there, just barely. 0002 in the red. Oh, that is hard to see. That's almost perfect on the wrong side. 0002 for Mike Lucas in the red. Jason Miller with 24 thou for reaction coming in at 779. And Mike Lucas coming in at 751. Randy Motorson in that 1963 Corvette and car 6661 in that Napa lane. And they're off. 661 with a nice reaction of 24 thou. Will come in at 7.4 on the clock. Randy Motorson at 795. And Clint running against the bye here. Clint with a reaction of 38 thou, coming in at 9:11 on the clock and 147.98. Dale Bristol and Jenna Mashad coming in here. Tight reaction between these two here. 22 thou for Dale and Jenna at 28 thou. Dale coming in at 7:20 on that clock. Mashad coming in at 6:41. Chantel Bent and McKenna Bold coming up next for their qualifiers. Alrighty there. Like a lumberjack in the wild, they're hunting that tree. Pre-stage in almost. One more ball beach to light up. And Chantel Red lighting it narrowly there. McKenna Bold with one of our best reactions so far of the day. 0001. Near perfect reaction for McKenna Bold. They'll come into that Napa lane at 7:55 on the clock. Chantel Bent, once again, red lighting, coming in at 6:86 on the clock. Cody Baker coming in from High River. And Jesse coming in at 15 thou for reaction, and Jesse at 28 thou. Baker will hit that line on that tunnel lane at 7:32, and in the Napa lane, Jesse at 7:37. Stan Essery, one of the fastest dragsters we see consistently here, brought to you by AFD. Gore Alta, Tradewinds, Chemco, CPI Impact Coatings, and Carlin Services. And S3 will go with 0008 in that AFD Dragster, coming in at 6:12. That is blazing fast on that quarter mile. Andy Shue coming in from Calgary, redlining it a little bit there, but coming in at 7:30 on the clock. Dalton Garreau coming in from Leduc, and Kristen Groves from Alder Flats. Will it be the M&M Dragster, or will it be the M&M Dragster? And bulbs are lit. Tree is down. Groves nearly on the wrong side of it there by only 2 thou. Once again, only 2 thou in the red there, narrowly on the wrong side of being perfect. She'll come in at 6:90 on the clock. Dalton Garreau coming in at 7:25 with a reaction of 41 thou. Chris Crozier coming in from Leduc, and Cody Lewinsky coming in from Charlie Lake, British Columbia. Crozier rolling on out. And Lewinsky backing out. And a quick reset here. Cody Lewinsky going again here for his qualifier. Getting relined up here. First light lit. Ooh, and not what you want. And he'll roll on out here. Alrighty, we're back at it. Dalen Miller in that undercover, and Mike Darren just in that burnout box, brought to you by Mutual Propane. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro racers to your lanes, please. Pro racers to your lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro racers to your lanes, please. Pro racers to your lanes, please. Once again, that is attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro racers, make your way to those lanes, please. Pro racers to your lanes, please. And on that last one there, Dalen Miller narrowly red lighting it there at 001. Perfect on the wrong, nearly perfect on the wrong side of the tree there. Coming in at 742. And Mike Darren coming in at 718 on that clock. Scott Hearn hailing from the faraway land of Sherwood Park. And coming here from the same place, Madison Morton. And we have a new best reaction of the day, Madison Morton, 0003. That is a perfect reaction. 0003, Madison Morton. That is an insane reaction. Scott Hearn, 19th half reaction, coming in at 698 on that clock. Madison, once again, 0003 for reaction, coming in at 748. And Foji Dansaw in that summer lane, and Daryl Forrest in that Napa lane. Daryl coming in at 698, and Foji Dansaw coming in at 872. Zach Clark coming in from Mission, BC, and Jason Duchesne coming in from Beaumont. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro to lanes, please. Pro to lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro to lanes, please. Pro to lanes, please. And Jody Herdman and Monty Beagle getting set up here. The M&M versus the Spit. Well, not versus. Time qualifiers here. Spitzer and M&M. For some reason, I don't feel like that summit lane there is full of peanuts, though. So I don't. Different kind of M&M than I'm used to. And Jody Herdman coming in at 808. She got pretty far on our last weekend there. Always great to see. And Monty Beagle, also another great racer. Monty, unfortunately, red lighting it a bit there, coming in at 733. Dan Provost and Ray Gates coming in next. Provost from Abbotsford and Gates from Medicine Hat. Very tight reactions between those two. Car 610 at 8th thou. Tanner Gates at 7th thou. Once again, Tanner Gates, the victor of last Sunday top limiter competition. Coming in at 705 on that Napa lane, and car 6010 coming in at 707. Super tight race there. I mean, not even an actual race, but super tight between those two. It does look like 610 did back off, though, after that 8th mile. Mike Crozier coming in next. Going to be doing his qualifying race against the bye here. Coming in at 732 and 22 thou for reaction. Another run for Daryl Steinbach here in that car number 2 Foxtrot Ultra November, sorry. That is once again that doubleheader dragster brought to you by Jiffy Lube and Mornville and Bride Business Broker, as well as Cole Mack Contracting. If you are looking to get a little bit of a racing experience, they are some of the people to talk to in the pits, as they'll bring people along for that ride. And as a heads up, if you see them in the pits, it is $200 for that doubleheader dragster for a tag along. So if you're interested, the sooner in the day you can get lined up on that, the better. Jason Prosler and Tanya Mozowicz coming in. Chevelle up against the Duster. Well, sorry, qualifying again with the Duster. And a nice reaction out of Tanya coming in at 12 thou. Very close race between those two. Jason Prosler at 11:06 and Tanya coming in at 11:62. Bailey Hebert in that 1968 Camaro and James Taggart in that Falcon. And James will get a little bit of sunshine on his tires there as he does a nice little wheelie for us. Bailey Hebert nearly on the wrong side of the red there at 002 in the red, just ever so slightly turning crimson there. Hebert will come in at 10:22 on that Summit Lane, and James Taggart in that Falcon at 10:89. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Pro racers to your lanes, please. Super Pro ET to your lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Pro ET to your lanes, please. Super Pro ET to your lanes, please. And one more time. That is attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Pro ET to your lanes, please. Super Pro ET to your lanes, please. Corey Newman and Ken Toldorf both having a little bit of crimson camaraderie there. Red lighting it narrowly at 24 thou and 14 thou. Newman coming in at 9:08 on the clock, and Ken coming in at 9:53. Chuck Amoyet coming in from Millet, Alberta, and Donovan Miller coming in from Okotoks in that Vega. And Amoyet coming in at 9:99. And Donovan coming in at 10:28. Brian Harlock coming in, Dodge Dart Sport. And Laverne Andrews in that Chevy 2 Electric Boogaloo. Lavander's blistering fast, coming in at 8:41 on that Napa lane. Brian coming in at 10:14. Charlie Corey in that 1966 Cobra. Aaron Lassise in that Nova. Aaron will unfortunately narrowly red light it there. And that Cobra hissing in at 977. Aaron coming in at 1281.
Here, take this.
Nick Offerman in that Nova and Pete in that Camaro. He's brought to you by Precision Machine Works and Detailed Design Machining.
Pete Doroshenko getting across the line at a 10-1-2 with Nick Offerman. 999 on the board at 132.31 mile an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we need you at the staging lanes. Super Pro to the staging lanes. Cole Butler in the El Camino. Red light jump. Cale Menzel, 988 across the line, 1198 for Cole Butler. Ryan Doherty at the line, Dodge Challenger. In the Pro for qualifying. 054 launch. And a 1021 on the board. Zachary Gates in the Summit, Larry Menzel in the Napa. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, this is your second call. Super Pro to the staging lanes. Again, Super Pro to the staging lanes. Zachary Gates there with a red light jump. Larry Menzel with a 10:19 at the end, a 10:36 for Zachary Gates with Sean Janage at the line in the Pontiac Firebird. Good run for Sean and a 10:82 at the end. Doug Klassen now at the line in the Pontiac Grand Am. Good reaction for Clausen. Down the line and crosses it. 10:03. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters, your time has now come to the staging lanes. Junior Dragsters to the staging lanes. Teresa Gates now at the line in that beautiful GMC pickup. Teresa Gates, .02 launch. And finishing out the run with a 9.98 at 132. Very good job from all of our pros for that run of qualifying. And while you're here today for the Rocky Mountain Nationals, don't forget the stunt bike show. That's happening at 1 o'clock. That is pretty cool. And we're still getting confirmation on when the monster truck rides will be up and available, but we're looking at about 1:30 for them. And if you're getting thirsty or a little hungry out there, don't forget that the pit lane concession is open along with the other concessions behind the grandstand and the Coors Light Lounge with some wonderful AC, some cold drinks and some AC up in the second floor of the tower, my apologies, here in the Coors Light Lounge. Also, while you're out and about walking around, you're going to see a lot of cool new things if you haven't been here in a little while. A lot of things have changed around here at Rad Torque. As you can see, the wonderful Octane Club right beside the tower here now. There's also a couple of really cool classic cars hanging out in Thunder Alley. That is the new classic car museum. Very cool to go down there and check it out. There's also the Rad Torque Raceway merchandise trailer. And also Track Junkies here. They're a wonderful way to get on track for the road course if maybe going fast in a straight line isn't for you. Pickford Group, Rad Torque Systems, Edmonton Distribution Center is also here. Make sure to check them out along with Scott's Hot Wheels. All out there in that midway and waiting to be viewed by you.
All right, Kelsey lined up in that, well, taken off in that Summit Lane, and Greg McKellen and that Barracuda has taken off. He's gotten a little bit ahead of that red line at 19th out. He'll come in at 9.99 for that clock in, and Kelsey will come in at 8.47 with 28th out for reaction. Tammy Pajalt and Pat Duhaneke coming up next. Ooh, and Crimson camaraderie on this one again here. 25th out in the red for Tammy and Pat, 15th out in the red. Tammy will hit that line at 7:37, and Pat coming in at 8:83. Paul Bouchard bringing in that red Dragster, and Justin Hamelink Coming in for that Chevy Nova. Little bit of red there for Justin, making that tree blush a bit. Coming in at 14 in the red. Paul Bouchard, 30 thou for reaction, coming in at 755. Hamlin coming in at 960. Aaron Young and Justin Ronnie. PSP Dragster and that 2000 S10. Just finding that tree. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters to your lanes, please. Junior Dragsters to your lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters to your lanes, please. Junior Dragsters to your lanes, please. And as a reminder, those Junior Dragsters are going to be making their way around these pits. Not right now, obviously, as they're going down to the lanes, but they'll be making their way around those pits, hunting down any bottles or cans, as they partner with Rad Torque Raceway to keep your racing experience clean. They'll be making sure that they collect any bottles or cans that are around. If you have any bottles or cans to donate, please either leave them in a bag at the back of your trailer, behind your trailer, sorry. And failing that, if you're willing to bring them on over to the Nitro Rats Clubhouse, I'm sure the Nitro Rats would be most appreciative. If you're looking for any more information, please check out their Facebook group. And a little bit of shuffling going on. And while we've got a little bit of time to kill here, we'll just call out for some of our sponsors here. Our Drag Link sponsor, Summit Racing Equipment, sponsoring that left lane, and sponsoring the right lane, Napa Auto Parts. Our Burnout Box is brought to you by Mutual Propane. Our track cleaning equipment is brought to you by Orion Building Maintenance and Rentals. And one of our large facility sponsors is Rad Torque Systems, Midas Tire and Auto, Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, Ron Hodgson, Buick, GMC, Chevrolet, and the world's fastest Legend Nitro funny car, as well as JB Power Center, Cooper Equipment Rentals, and Hoosier Racing Tires, Western Canada. Up next on our Super Pro, Aaron Young and Gary Tomiak. Gary lights up that tree there. And he'll have 64th out for reaction. And coming in at 9:02 for that quarter mile. 154.16 on that mile per hour, too. Jason Mercer and Kendall Freed getting set up here. Mercer in that Corvette and Kendall in that 1970 Nova. I see a little label on there. Cyclone. Just getting his tires nice and toasty. And Freed will be a little bit ahead of the light there, just barely at 004. Narrowly on the wrong side of that red light. He'll come in at 10:04 on that Napa lane. Jason Mercer with reaction to 24th out coming in at 10:62. Ricky Wilson and McKenna Bold getting ready to run by here. A nice 005 reaction for McKenna. And with that near perfect 005, they'll come in at 7:55 on the clock. Ricky Wilson coming in with at 8:76. Clint bringing in that Chevy Camaro. 28th out for reaction there. Pro racer John Dampf to the tower. Once again, attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Pro racer John Dampf to the tower. Pro racer John Dampf to the tower. Please ascend as soon as possible. Oh my goodness, another perfect on the wrong side. 69-69. 000 in the red. 0006 in the red, just ever so narrowly. Fractions of a second in the red there. They'll still coming in at 9:54 on that clock. On a license pass there. Licensing at 0006. I don't think they're off to a too bad of a start there if that's how close they're getting to that red light. That's crazy. And last year's Junior Thunder champion, Sarah Duchesne, coming up in against Mila Vander... Mila Vanderwicke and Sarah Duchesne lining up here. And Mila coming in at 11:93 on that 8th mile. 53.08 on that mile per hour. Sarah Duchesne coming in at 12:33 and 52.26. James Messier coming in and Jackson Vanderwicke. Hopefully I'm remembering the last part of that last name right there, as my data display is limited. Ooh, and James will red light it there. James coming in at 13:38 and Jackson coming in at 11:85. Super Street to lanes, please. Second call, Super Street to lanes, please. And Super Comp to your lanes as well. Super Street to your lanes, Super Comp to your lanes. That is, once again, Super Street to your lanes, please. Super Street to your lanes, please. Super Comp to your lanes in behind them. Super Comp to your lanes in behind Super Street. And once more for posterity, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Street to your lanes, please. And Super Comp in behind them in those lanes. Natanya Peterson coming in at 11:19 on that Napa lane, and Serenity coming in at 15:39. Riker Dupuis and Tristan Duchesne coming in. Duchesne in that BOS Dragster. Riker with a nice reaction of 35 thou, and Tristan with a nice reaction of 61 thou. Riker coming in at 883 on that Summit lane, and Tristan Duchesne in that Napa lane coming in at 793. Brandon Peck and Shaden Dansaw up for this next little qualifier here. They found the tree. Looking at that second beam, and they got it at the same time. Peck at 56 thou for reaction. Dansaw at 86 thou. And Dansaw coming in at 816 on that Napa lane. Peck coming in at 888. Rebecca stand even, and Daniel O'Connor. bit of a red light there for O'Connor. Rebecca stand even with an incredible 004. That is 4th thou on reaction for stand even. That is fantastic. She'll come in at 7:98 on the clock. O'Connor coming in at 7:96. And coming in up against that by Zach stand even, doing his next qualifier here. Super Pro, this is your third call. Or sorry. My apologies there. I have done you a mischief. It is third call for Super Comp to your lanes, please. Super Comp to your lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Third call, Super Comp to your lanes, please. Super Comp to your lanes, please. And once again, that is with your cars. And as soon as the rest of those super comps come in, those super competitions, stock and super stock, could you make your way on down to those lanes and behind them? Once again, attention in the pits, stock and super stock. Mosey your way on down to those lanes as quickly as you please. That is first call, stock and super stock. First call, stock and super stock. Alrighty, that little bit of rumbling there tells us we're about to head into our super street. They've got 1110 on that tree. Moving into this second qualifier. Dean Peterson coming in from Courtney, BC, and James Elliott coming in from Fort Saskatchewan. Ooh, a super narrow red light there for Peterson. Peterson at only 0018 for in the red. That is, once again, 001 in the red, just narrowly on the wrong side of that. He'll still come in at 1165 and 126.26 on that quarter mile. James Elliott coming in at reaction of 43 thou and 1102 and 141.64 for that mile per hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Final call, super competition. Final call, super competition. If you have not slithered your way on down to those lanes, it will be too late. Once again, final call, super competitions. Final call, super competition. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Final call, super competition. You have been forewarned. Stock and super stock to your lanes, please. Second call. Stock and super stock to your lanes, please. One more time there. Stock, super stock. Make your way to those lanes, please. Pat Duhenneke coming in with 910 on the tree, it looks like, in that 1927 machine. And Pat Duhenneke with a near perfect reaction of 001, coming in at 9.09 on the clock and 143.95. Once again, near perfect reaction on that one there. Alrighty, everyone. I have just gotten word that the 50-50s will be wandering in those crowds. So if you're looking to win big, make sure you find them and have a nice little talk with them. That is, the 50-50s are making their way on down to the crowd here. So if you're looking to win big, make sure you find them. You know what they say, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. They'll be doing a first draw here today at 4 p.m. and their second draw will be at 9 here. Once again, 50-50. First draw will be at 4 p.m. here today and the second draw will be at 9 p.m.
Well, always the big shout-outs to the Duke Rotary Club for the 50-50, but right now we got our super stocks out there. Brian Gable in the Napa lane with Norm LaPont in the Summit. Red light jump for Norm. And a 10.87 for Brian Gable. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Gas, we need you guys to the staging lanes. Super Gas, this is your first call to the staging lanes. Next up, Kevin White in the Napa. Ed in the Summit. Red light jump for Kevin. And 11.41 for Kevin, 11.84 for Ed.
Alrighty, everybody. As a matter of clarification, today is going to be race 1 as soon as we get out of our qualifiers and get started proper on eliminations here. And tomorrow, Sunday, will be race number 2. Once again, today is race 1. Tomorrow, race 2. And super gas to your lanes, please. Super gas to your lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super gas to lanes, please. Super gas to lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top Sportsman to your lanes, please. Top Sportsman to those lanes, please. Once again, that is attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top Sportsman, make your way to those lanes, please. Top Sportsman to your lanes, please. And for our super gas here, Dean Peterson and Daryl Smith. Peterson in that Mustang, Smith in that Corvette Roadster. We are showing that that tree is locked in at 1010. Alrighty, Peterson at 36 thou. Smith at 11 thou for reaction. Smith managing to go a little slower, and that is a good thing in this race. Coming in at 10:08. Dean Peterson coming in at 10:14. Greg McKellen up next in that Barracuda 1967. Once again, 10-10 on that tree. 78 thou for reaction. They'll come in at 10-11 and 132.82 on that mile per hour. And as a heads up to anybody that might be new here, the Super Gas traditionally runs a 9.9 index, but are primarily full-bodied cars or street roadsters. This is not a altered or drag. Alrighty, everyone. I have a feeling that now is probably a good time to call out one of our sponsors here. Key Egg Kubota in Leduc is providing us with some equipment and that shiny orange new tractor here. Going to be supplanting that Massey for most of our uses here. Making its way on down. And just to call it to a few more of our facility sponsors here. The Golf Cart people, Milron, Canadian Classic Car Rentals, Hardcore Candy, Yesterday's Auto Gallery, which I believe has that little car museum involved with them there in between that oval area. And Coast Nisku Inn, Dave's Diesel Repair, and Crystal Gas. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top Sportsman, this is your final call. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top Sportsman, final call to get to that raceway here. That is one more time. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Final call. Top Sportsman, you have been warned. Top Dragster, please make your way on down to those lanes. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top Dragster, Please follow in those top sportsmen to your lanes, please. First call, top dragster. First call, top dragster. And as a reminder, while we have a bit of downtime, if you're having trouble hearing the calls to the lanes, make sure you've got your radio tuned in to 88.9 FM so you can hear us calling you. Once again, that is 88.9 FM, so you can hear all the yakking and conjuring to the lanes as it happens. And as we're getting ready to go into our top sportsman here, just a little reminder, if you remembered to fuel your car but not yourself, those pits concessions are open, as well as I believe there are some snack roll booths in behind those grandstands. So make sure you make your way over there and grab some grub. Randy Schmidt in that Willys and Randy Motorson in that Corvette. Schmidt having a little trouble getting off the line there. And he'll come in at 8.01 and 165.99 on that quarter mile. Moderson coming in at 794 and 170.91 for that quarter mile. Joe Graves coming in that Grand Am, and Darren Butler in that Willys. And just one more light to hit up, and we'll be good. Oh, go. And that'll be a timeout. Graves just taking her easy. Alrighty, we've got a little bit of scrub-a-dub-dub action going on here as we get ready for our next racers. Just making sure that track is nice and dry. So a big thank you to our sweet holders here today, coming to watch this live and in style. Charlie Curry, Right Track Mechanical and Mach 1 Diesel. Kurt Thompson by Milron. Ron Hodgson with Ron Hodgson Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC. You might be able to see his trailer over there if you look very carefully. It's hard to spot. Josh Scoracao, GNS Industrial Trailer Services, Jason Duchesne, Finning Cat, Robert Klein from Londonderry Dodge, Chris McDonald from Cooper Equipment Rentals, Eugene Durr from Napa Auto Parts, Tim Sasbo, and Kevin Robertson from Who's Your Tires and Southside Mitsubishi, Rob McCargar from Alberta General Contractors, JM from Prime Movers, Leslie Webb from Webb Motorsports and Lesco, Cal Nowitzki and Jeff Vanderwerf from Heavy Metal Equipment, Brian Dorfschein from Shocker Racing, Shane Magadan from Alta Vac, and Rob Reeves from Global Power Systems, Tim Boychuk from Boychuk Ventures, and Jarrett Zimmer from Hot Rod Directional Boring, Corey Ryan and Kelly Grant from Grant Performance Motorsports celebrating a stag. Oh, that's a pretty nice event. Once again, Kelly Grant from Grant Performance Motorsports. They are celebrating a stag here today. Maybe give them all a round of applause. It sounds like they've got a big life event coming up for Kelly Grant here. Alrighty, everybody, just a quick reminder on the rules around the facility here. We know we've seen some people speeding around on ATVs and bikes. It is only a limit of 30 kilometers per hour on the return road and 10 kilometers within the pits. That applies even if you're on a smaller machine, as we've had a few people come very close to hitting children. So please make sure you're remembering those speed limits. That is 30K on the return road maximum and 10K in the pits. And we don't care if you're in a golf cart, you're on an ATV, or you're on a bike. Do not break that. Pat McNally and Kelsey coming up here. Kelsey with a great reaction of 009. McNally with also not a bad one of 15 thou. McNally coming in at 706. Kelsey coming in at 849. Clint and Sean lining up next here, and they're off. Sean at 009 for reaction. Very nice. Sean at 8:56 for the clock, and Clint at 9:12 for their second qualifier here. Graham Foster and Jason Miller, Camaro and Corvette lining up here. I've been told those split windows are awfully rare these days. Red light for Jason there at 26 thou in the red. Graham Foster 007 bada for reaction. They'll come in at 740 and 184 on that quarter mile. Miller at 780 and 183.52. Dale Phillips coming up in that Mustang Shelby. Running against the bye. And they'll jump in the gun a little bit there by 12 thou in the red. He'll come in at 796 on the clock and 164 on the radar. Mike Lucas up next here. Another single laner in that Chevy Camaro. All the way from British Columbia. And Mike Lucas 004 for reaction. Amazing reaction there, coming in at 749. That is a great reaction for him there. Once again, near perfect at 004. Stan Essery in that AFD Dragster, and Dale Bristow. Oh. Okay, we're good. A little concerned. Mike Darren and Jody Herdman getting ready to rumba for their second qualifier here today. And once again, everybody, this is race 1 here today. That will be coming up later this evening, and tomorrow will be race 2. Mike Darren coming in at 717 and 186.49 on that mile per hour. Herdman at 785 and 170. Jason Duchesne up next, and Jenna Mashad. And they found that tree. And, oh, sorry, Mashad coming in at 639 and 220 on that quarter mile. Duchesne coming in at 741 and 180.07. Scott Hearn and Dalen Miller. And as a reminder, if you're more sober than you'd like to be, please be sure to make your way up to the Coors Light Lounge in the second floor of the tower, and they'll be sure to assist you with your predicament. Scott Hearn with a reaction of 23 thou coming in at 698 on the clock and 190 on that mile per hour. Dalen Miller at 17 thou for reaction coming in at 742 and 180.14. McKenna Bold and Dalton Garreau coming in. And McKenna Bold with 34 thou for reaction coming in at 754 on that summit lane. Dalton Garreau at 19 thou for reaction coming in at 725. Cody Baker jumping that tree very narrowly at 9 thou in the red, just slightly going a little rouge there. Jesse coming in at 26 for reaction and 738 on that clock. Cody had 732. Kristen Groves up next, and Chevy Reeves. Never mind, I sit corrected. Kristen Groves doing a single pass here. And Kristen Groves with a reaction of 24 thou coming in at 691 on that clock. Mike Crozier and Chantel Bent lining up here. Oh, Mike Crozier, 0001, our second trip zip of the day in the right side of that red light. Once again, Mike Crozier, 0001. While I haven't been here long, I've only ever seen one quad 0. This is one of the best reactions you could possibly have. Once again, Mike Crozier, 0001, perfect reaction. He'll come in at 7:30 on that clock. Chantel Bent coming in at 686. Daryl Forster and Monty Beagle up next. All right, Forrester coming in with a reaction of 19th thou, hitting that line at 689 for that quarter mile. Monty Beagle, 21th thou reaction, hitting that at 744 for that quarter mile. Ray Gates and Zach Clark's getting ready to go here, looking to find that tree. And that first light is up. And they found the second one. Oh, tight reactions. Ray Gates at 22 thou. And 2 thou faster, Zach Clark at 20 thou. Oh, geez. This isn't even an actual race, but there is a margin between those two at that finish line of 0006. They hit that finish line almost exactly at the same time. Ray Gates ever so slightly ahead. Both of them 7:23 on the clock. Andy Shue getting ready to go in that summer lane. Tanner Gates in that Napa lane. Tanner Gates had a pretty nice pot from last weekend. Good little chunk of change. A little bundle of Benjamins. Ooh, and Andy just narrowly on the wrong side of that red light. He'll run red at 008, 8th thou in the red. Hitting that line at 7:28 for that quarter mile. And Tanner Gates at 13th thou for reaction, coming in at 7:05. Madison Morton in that TNT, and in that other TNT, Cody Graves. Cody's found the first beam. Madison's got it. Will they find the second? They both found the second beam. And they're off. Cody Graves coming in barely ahead there of that red light. 001 on the red there. Just ever so slightly on the wrong side of perfect reaction there in the red. Coming in at 7:38 for Graves. Madison Morton in that summer lane coming in at 37th thou for reaction and 7:47 on that clock. Cody Lewitzki and Dan Provost Both coming in from BC, Charlie Lake and Abbotsford. Provost is coming in that rad torque dragster. You might know that name from somewhere. Ooh, another near perfect reaction. Cody Lewinsky at 003. And Lewinsky will come in at 7:53 on that clock. Dan Provost, 20 thou for reaction, coming in at 7:15. And our next Crozier here, Chris Crozier, getting ready to rumba. Chris is coming in all the way from the far off land of Leduc. A great reaction, 008. Just 1/1000th of a second off from wanting his Martina shaken, not stirred. 008 for a reaction, coming in at 7:32 for that quarter mile. And 60-10 getting lined up here. And that'll be 65 thou for reaction and 6 seconds. That is 6:94 on the clock. It's a fast one.
Well, a fast one indeed. But who likes to go even faster? And by faster, I mean, let's take a car and strap a jet engine to the back. Now, the car coming up under the tower and onto the lane is none other than the Insanity Jet Car. This is Ryan McQueen's personal build over the last 17 years, and he has been here all day yesterday, all last weekend, trying to get his license. He's got 4 runs left to do before he is fully an NHrA fully licensed driver. Now, you might be thinking, wow, this thing took a lot of work. He had a lot of help. But no, it was him and his 11-year-old son, Ryler. Ryler is his crew chief and knows this car better than almost his dad does. And he helps unload and load that car and get it all ready for his dad. Ryan McQueen built this car, and it was driven by passion for cars and aviation. He was inspired to pursue his dream of building a unique jet car after witnessing an awe-inspiring performances by legends such as Les Shockley and Bob Motts. And with no prior experience, he embarked on a journey to create an unprecedented jet car that we know now as the supercar jet car, the Insanity Jet Car. And if you want to watch more of this car or see some of the build, you can follow him on all the social media at Insanity Jet Car on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. If this is your first time seeing a jet car, well, you are in for a treat. These things are fast, so he won't be going as fast as our jet truck later today, as he's only doing licensing. He's got a couple rules that the NHrA set up on him. He's only allowed to burn it up to the 330 foot, then he has to back it off. But I know he's ready to go fast, and this thing does go fast. Looking at what type of engines are in it, he has two Rolls-Royce Viper 522s with home-built afterburners. The speed should be comparable to the jet trucks with two engines, so an estimated 400 mile an hour once he's allowed to go the full distance. So it's approximately 18,000 horsepower behind that super jet car. It's a stretch to a 130-inch wheelbase to fit the engine, 21 feet in length, 94 inches wide, and 3,800 pounds without fuel and driver. Insanity holds 400 liters of diesel fuel on board. And you can hear it spooling up now. And again, if this is your first time, well, we got to go through some pre-flight checks. These are jet engines after all. He's going to get the fire going in one. And he's going to watch, see what it's doing, make sure everything's working correctly, that everything's spooling up the way it should be. And there it goes. The body gets laid down and gets attached into place. Now it's all about Ryan McQueen in that cockpit to finish up the pre-flight checks. We send his safety truck off, and now the fun. So he's gonna pre-spool that motor. Last night he didn't, he just went for the hit. He might give it a little show though for all the fans out here.
Yeah, this morning he just went.
He said he was getting that He said he was supposed to go longer this morning.
So normally we see them do an afterburner hit and a big sonic boom comes out the back, but I think Ryan just wants to get these licensing pulls out of the way. So he's gonna pull straight up to the line and do a launch, but don't worry, it's not the last time we're gonna see him or our jet truck. He's ready. The engines sound ready. Off he goes.
Up first. There it is. I thought it was over here,
9.8 seconds. Wow. 120 mile an hour in the eighth. That almost looks like he didn't even let off. He was still gaining momentum. 152 mile an hour at the quarter. Very, very quick car, but again, that's not the last time we'll see him or our jet truck later today.
Yeah, he said he was going to go. Surprise.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. NHrA Pro to the lanes, please, for your first round of eliminations. NHrA Pro to the lanes, please. It is your first round of eliminations here for racing, for race one. Once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. NHrA Pro, first round eliminations. Tootle your way on down to those lanes. And Daryl Steinbach coming here once again from Getting Twisted. That is Twisted Motorsports. And as a reminder, if you walk around the pits, you might be able to see their big old sign there. They are taking people on that dragster for $200, but I know that books up pretty fast, so make sure if you're hoping to get in there, make sure you go down there as quick as you can. As not only does that dragster go fast, but the number of runs they can do in the day get bought out pretty quick. And we can all see that tractor ripping along here. Getting that all scrubbed and nice and purty for our next round of racing. Because, you know, with drag racing, one of the biggest things is making sure that you can get all those horsepower, all those horses running on that track for you. And if you don't have the traction to keep you going, you're just going to fly and squeal. And as a heads up, everybody in the audience, we will be doing a track walk again tonight at 11 p.m. or whenever our last jet car run goes tonight. Once again, track walk currently set to be 11 p.m. We'll open up those gates and you can take a meander down that sticky track. Also, make sure that you do not lose your shoes, as that is an extra sticky track. I have heard tales of people losing shoes, pants, and other accoutrements to the stickiness of the track. Also, anybody that's interested, we do have at 1 o'clock here the stunt bike competition going to be taking place, I believe, in front of the oval here. Once again, stunt bike competition going to be happening at 1 o'clock. If you're looking to see some bicycles get up, or sorry, bicycles, motorbikes, get up to some mechanical mischief.
All right, looks like we're getting our first pair fired up for the NHrA Pro ET class coming up for their second round of eliminations.
Whoa. I can't sit where I'm going to start.
I need my lean. So we got Sean Gang in the left lane there, in the summit lane, driving a 68 Pontiac Firebird, and then in the right lane, in the Napa lane, is Cale Menzel from Edmonton in a Dodge Dart. So dialing in at 1082 in the left lane and 989 in the right lane as they take the beams. And oh boy, Sean goes red. So unfortunately, Sean Gagne going red on that run there. Gives the win to Cale Menzel in the Napa lane. All right, we got Nick Offerman in the left lane there in that Chevy Nova in the Summit lane. Then the Napa lane, Ken Toldorf driving in another Dodge Dart. They're both dialed in with 9-second runs. So as they get into the staging beams there. Good reactions on both sides there. And there you go. Ken Toldorf managing to get around Nick Offerman down at the top end. As he goes 9.5 at 136 mile an hour in the quarter. Next up, Corey Newman in the 65 Chevelle in the Summit lane. In the Napa lane, we've got Pete Doroshnik driving a Chevy Camaro. And he gets hard on the bars as he leaves out of the hole. And Corey goes red, so giving the win away in that one. These guys definitely doing the dial-in times for the brackets. So we got Zachary Gates from Medicine Hat, Alberta in the left lane there in that Mustang. And Charlie Corey in the 66 Cobra in the right lane. Lovely looking Cobra there with the bars on the back. And this is Eliminations, yeah. There we go. Looks like sleeping to the switch a bit, Charlie there. Zachary just trees him and manages to hold it all the way to the end there. So Zachary Gates moving on to the next round. So now we got Brian Harlack there with the Dodge Dart in the left lane. In the right lane, we got James Taggart driving that Ford Falcon. Both dialing in with 10-second times. So there we go. Right lane goes red. James Taggart couldn't let his fingers stay on the button long enough, so itchy trigger finger earns him a red light, and Brian Harlock an easy pass to the next round. So next up we got Chuck Amiette in the Chevy Vega in the left lane. Then we've got Teresa Gates in the right lane in that GMC truck. All right, as the boys start to roll up and take the beams there, we'll see who gets to move to the next round here. Here we go as they go off the bind there. Both getting good, clean launch off of there, so having a really good run down there. These guys actually getting a good heads-up race. As they go down to the end, it's Chuck Amiette moving to the next round. As he goes 10.006, so he had a 999 dial-in, so he's right on the hub there where he wants to be. Got his tar dialed in. Okay, so attention in the pits, CMDRA Super Gas and Street and NHrA Super Pro to the lanes, please. CMDRA Super Gas and Super Gas and Street and NHrA Super Pro to the lanes. There we go. It looks like Aaron went red in the near lane there in the Napa lane, so that's going to give a easy run to the next lane for Cole Butler. Cole Butler getting right tight to his dial-in time, so he's getting the car dialed in nicely, so that's a good sign. He's going to move on. He's going to need that. He's going to get past the guys in the third round. So right now we got John Dope and we got Ryan Doherty lining up here. Ryan in that Dodge Challenger and John in the GTO on the far lane there. And unfortunately, the Dodge Challenger going red. A lot of people going red today. They are itching to release that trans brake. Again, in the pits, CMDRA, Super Gas and Street, and NHrA Super Pro. You guys are to the lanes, please. All right, our next pair going up right now is Donovan Miller in the Chevy Vega. Going up against Larry Menzel in that 67 Satellite. As they get into the staging beams there. And again, that right lane going red. Don't take the right lane. There's something there that's making the itchy trigger finger happen more than most. All right, so our next setup there is Laverne Andrews and Doug Klassen. Laverne Andrews in that Chevy 2 in the left lane. The right lane is the Pontiac Grand Am of Doug Klassen as they get ready to dial in for their hit. Blep, blep. There they goes. They get running. And left lane goes red this time. Everybody giving away races today. So Doug Klassen will move on to the next round. All right, so waiting for the next group to show up on the board here. So we got Bailey Herbert in that Chevy Camaro in the left lane. In the right lane, we've got Tanya Moswich driving a Plymouth Duster. We'll see. They got quite a bit. They got about a second difference between the two in their dial-ins, so this will be a little bit of a delay on the tree. So we'll see if Bailey can get around Tanya. And nope, goes red. Just give it away. I'm going to call this the red light elimination round because everybody's going red. All right, so we've got Jason Prosler and Grant Wees, but unfortunately Grant Wees is not going to be able to take the beam, so Jason Prosler going and getting some test pass here to refine his dial-in time as he's going solo. So hopefully he doesn't go red. And he gets a nice clean light there. 0.42 on the reaction time as he goes blazing down the track there. Does a 6.9 in the 8th, then he goes 9.1885. So there we go. Sorry, 11.10.25 is what he pulls off there in the left lane there. Not too bad considering his dial-in is a 11.06, so getting relatively close to it, doing a good job. All right, so that's it for NHrA Pro ET. And I think we're moving on to some bikes.
And my apologies, a bit of a miscommunication there. Can we get Super Pro to the lanes, please? Super Pro to the lanes, please. And once again, our apologies to Supergas Street CMDRA. Unfortunately, that was a miscommunication. We are looking for Super Pro right now. Super Pro to lanes, please. Super Pro to lanes, please.
All right, so we're just going to get ready to roll into the Super Pro ET class now. All right, here we go. As it looks like we've got the first group of, the first pair in our Super Pro ET class here. We got Jason Mercer in the left lane in a Chevy Corvette, and then we've got Ricky Wilson ripping off a burnout there in his doing a quick burnout there in his dragster. So these guys got like a 2-second spread on their dial-in time, so we'll see quite the bulb chase going down. Junior dragsters to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters to the lanes. Attention to the pits. Junior dragsters, it's your turn in the lanes. This time, I swear, for sure. Here we go. As we've got Jason Mercer in the left lane, Ricky Wilson in the right lane, starting to take the bulbs. Ricky Wilson, first one in there. See who's going to go take the full stage. As they are playing a little staging game here, Ricky decides I'm going to go in and get the show on the road. There we go. Jason gets in. They get on the bumps, and there they go. Both of them nice and clean off the line there as they go down. Will Ricky be able to get down there and get around Jason? I'm not sure. But he manages to pull it off. There we go. Right lane gets around him at the top end there. So our next pair here is going to be Clint Dalovich coming all the way from Terrace, BC with his Chevy Camaro. This is an all BC round here. So we got Aaron Young in that dragster from Chetwynd, BC. So the BC boys and girls coming out to play. So there we go as they start the stage. Clint goes in first. We'll see who's going to go. Clint goes again, double bulbiner. Well, not double bulbin, but green go. Super Pro definitely showing how to take the tree properly, as we haven't seen a red light yet. And there we go, left lane there, the Chevy Camaro, Clint Dalovich. Managing to edge out Aaron Young. As it looks like Aaron Young busted out there. She went 8:43 instead of staying under the 8:46. So 2 ways to win that race for Clint. So Gary Tomiuk in the Chevy Camaro in the left lane there. And then we got Kelsey Dutzviens in a Chevy Camaro in the right lane. A little 5th-gen Camaro there. And they're off. Little squirrely off the line there for Kelsey. And it is left lane winner is Gary Tomiuk. Takes the win over Kelsey Dutzvin.
Is that beans? I don't know.
All right, we got Justin Ronnie from Pinoca in the 2000 Chevy Sonoma in the left lane. Right lane, we got a 67 Barracuda driven by Greg McClellan from Spruce Grove, Alberta. As they get in the beams there. S10 last one in. Both go green off the line. Justin Ronnie definitely wasn't sleeping on the tree on that one, and that may pay off down the end, and it does as he goes 898, so he wins that one. So we got Kendall Freed in the left lane, in the summit lane in the 70 Chevy Nova. In the right lane, we've got Justin Hamlink from Edmonton in his Chevy Nova, so it's a little Nova crime out there. As they get in the beams, and they get the, oh no! Kendall goes red out of the hole there, gives the win right off the hop to Justin Hamlink. Justin Hamlink moving to the next round. All right, so we got a Dragster to, I don't know, we call that an alternate or what? That's a 1927 something. That's Pat Dowhaniuk. There we go, Dowhaniuk. Pat Dowhaniuk in the right lane there. Left lane, the Dragster is that of Tammy Piglow from Abbotsford, BC. And let's see if she can get down and around. I have to say, Pat got off on a really good reaction time, so I think that was enough to keep him out there. As Tammy was only just a shade behind, but 2/10 on the, 200ths on the reaction time is a fair amount of track space by the time you get out of the hole. There you go. All right, we got Paul Bouchard running up against McKenna Bold there. Bouchard driving that red Dragster on the right. Oh, it's black now, apparently. And who's going to be down the other end there? And it's going to be your right lane in the Napa lane there. McKenna Bold moving on to the next round. All right. So we're just waiting for the junior dragsters to roll up next, I believe. So we'll get them going. Which also means junior. All right. This is your first call. Super Street to the lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Street, this is your call to the lanes. Super Street is next. Super Comp, you guys will be following them, so be on the ear for me to yell at you some more. But Super Street to the lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. All right, here we go. Our first group of junior dragsters up there. We got James Messier in the left lane from Calgary, Alberta. And then we've got Mila Vanderwer from Sherwood Park, Alberta. So let's see how these guys line up. Everybody getting pointed in the right direction, which is straight. And they're off, and Mila gets a great reaction time out there. Definitely put the tree onto James. All right. So, just a quick note: the stunt bikes, Harley Davidson stunt bikes, will be happening in 5 minutes out on the what do you call it, the midway. Out on the midway there, just over towards the dirt track. So go check it out. The Harley stunt bike guys are something else. So here we go. Our second pairing here is Sarah DeCrane from Beaumont, Alberta, and Jackson Vanderwer from Sherwood Park. So it looks like the brother of Mila. So there we go. They're in and they're dropping. Off they go. Pretty close on the reaction times. Neck and neck as they went past the 60. 3:30. They're still pretty close. And there you go, 8th mile, 12-1 for Jackson Vanderwer in the Napa lane. He will move on to the next round. As we now line up, Natanya Peterson from Grand Prairie, Alberta there in the left lane. In the right lane, it's Serenity Borden from Kalmar, just down the road.
Copy.
All right. And off they go. And unfortunately, left lane goes red. Natanya goes red, so Serenity will move to the next round. All right, Super Comp, 2 lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Super Comp, you guys are up. Super Comp, to the lanes, please. Super Comp. All right, here we go. We got Riker Dupuis and Brandon Peck running up here. So Riker Dupuis in the left lane, and the right lane is Brandon Peck. That's our Napa lane. And they're off. Brandon Peck just getting the edge there in the reaction time out of the hole, and they are side by side down there. Brandon Peck managing to hold off the charge from Riker Dupuis. So we'll wait for our next set. So we got Shaden Danshaw, and we got Tristan DeCrane lined up. BC Alberta race here. BC left lane, Alberta right lane. And they're off, but unfortunately, Tristan goes red, so he gives that one to Shaden. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need the stock and the super stock class to the staging lanes, please. Stock and super stock to the staging lanes, please. It's your turn to get in the lanes. All right, don't forget to check out, we got our 50-50 guys rolling around there. So you guys want to get in on the 50-50 draw. We gave away, said, like $8,000 yesterday, or $5,000? $5,000. Oh, we're going to be doing draws at 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. for the 50-50. Spreading the love out. 2 chances to win today. All right. As we've got Zach Standivan and Daniel O'Connor. Daniel in the right lane in that Napa lane. The Summit lane is the left lane there as they're off. Daniel definitely got the edge on the reaction time out of the hole, and it carries on to the win, even though he only went an 8. So, good job there, and it looks like... So we got our last junior up there. That's Rebecca Standivan. And she's from Prince George with her dragster. So she's going to get in the beam. She's going to take a bye and move to the next round. Everybody loves a bye run. It's the best to get a bye. You can get a test hit. You can go see how much you can throw at it or just dial your dial in better. And you just automatically go to the next round. Just saying. Isn't it better free ride? All right, so just waiting. That was the last of our junior lightning. So now we're into Super Street. So we're going to get James Elliott and Dean Peterson will be the first pairing going up. It'll be some Ford on Ford, but it's a Maverick. Man, my buddy, we used to have a Maverick back on the day, and he put a hood scoop on that thing. That was like 15 horsepower right there, I swear. Between that and jumping it and having the shocks come through the tower, we were bad to the Maverick. All right, enough about my fun with cars. Okay, so last call out to the pits there. We need our super comp. Sorry, super stock and super gas. Super stock and super gas, please, to the lanes. All right, your first pair down there, James Elliott and Dean Peterson.
Alrighty, one more time there. That is stock, super gas to your lanes, please. Stock, and super gas. Please make your way on over to those lanes, please.
All right, so just waiting to get our first group out here of the Super Street. That's too pokey. All right, here we go. Fired up. So I believe that is Pat. Yeah, that is Pat Downiak, sorry. He's doing quick turns with that car as he's going up against Grant Dury in the 2011 TNT Dragster. All right, here we go. Grant Dury in the left lane there in that beautiful red dragster running up against Pat Downiak in the from Seba Beach there in the Napa lane. All right, attention to the pits, Super gas to the lanes, please. Super gas to the lanes. And they're off in so this is our Super Comp class, and just waiting to see who our next pair is. All right. Sounds like we got a couple more cars coming up here. Open this window, get some fresh air. All right, so we're just getting prepped here. If you guys haven't tried it yet, that Carolina chicken sandwich down at the concession is pretty awesome. I'm just saying it needs to rank up there with the Popeyes. I mean, that's if you're okay with pickles on a chicken burger. Some people are not down with the pickles on a chicken burger. Like, some people know that pizza doesn't have pineapple. Controversial statement, I know, but pineapple doesn't belong on pizza. But that's just me. Luke over here likes his Hawaiian, so yeah. See, and at the back, Tanner as well votes that pineapple doesn't go on pizza. He's gonna come running in here and hit me. I know it. How many people like pineapple on their pizza out here? The one guy in front of me. All right, that's a win. All right, super gas to the lanes, please. Super gas to the lanes. Attention in the pits. If you have a super gas car, you are supposed to be in the lanes. All right, now we're rocking. As the drivers fire their cars up, we have got Chuck Porter in the left lane from Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, driving that Chevy Camaro, and then that beautiful Plymouth Duster there. I believe it's a Plymouth. That's 71 Duster there. That's Kevin White from Sturgeon County. That 5th gen Camaro there, coming all the way from Saskatchewan. Chuck Porter in that Summit lane, Napa lane, Kevin White. All right, so we're just dealing with a little technical glitch on the timing system, so I'll just give our guys a minute here to turn it on and off again. Wait for it to reboot. I really got to get like that Windows shutdown music as a little sample button to press here. Do-do-do-do. All right, so I guess I can call it again. Super Gas, we'd love to have you in the lanes if you're not already. Just saying. So we got all sorts of action going on. Let's see here. What do I got to talk about? Did you guys know that next weekend we're going to have the No Prep King Street Outlaws guys out here? So that's going to be a cool event. I'm looking forward to seeing it. We're going to have Murder Nova's going to be here. There's going to be Ryan Martin's coming. Kayla Morton, Hot Mess Express, is going to be here. She's bringing a small tire car. Scott Taylor's bringing John Doe, his OG Oldsmobile that he's going to run. Should be kind of neat. I heard that potentially that I think it was Sander Spelt I was talking to in the pits, and he said he may be showing up next weekend to grudge race those guys. So some exciting door-to-door slammer action. Pretend to be on the street but not on the street, but be hardcore and do no prep, and should be a fun time. All right.
Cheers.
So, We got the Street Outlaws event next weekend. Then I believe it is the Extreme Cup over on the Dirt Oval where we have the sprint cars out there. So the Alberta Extreme Sprint Cars will be there. I guarantee you that will be a show. Every year I've done the Extreme Cup, I'll be announcing out there, and it is always a good time. And then just bang, bang, right after that, we're straight into the Midas Hot August night. Like, I cannot wait for that again. Had a great time last year. We had so much fun, we blew the window out of the tower here with the jet truck. That was pretty awesome. And then we got the Smoked Out Shootout happening August 16th and 17th. Then the Monster Truck Throwdown will be August 23rd and 25th. That's always a good show. All right, the turning it on and off again has worked. We have our dial-in times down there, so that's good. These guys are running. If they break out of their dial-in, they lose. If they red light, they lose. So let's keep it fast, but not too fast. So Chuck Porter in the left lane, the Chevy Camaro, 5th gen. And then you got Kevin White in the near lane, the right lane, the Napa lane, in the 71 Duster. All right, both cleanly off. Chuck Porter cleanly away and makes the difference. It's Chuck.
They're both good.
All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Sportsman, you guys are up in the lanes. Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. Attention in the pits, Top Sportsman to the lanes. All right, left lane, we've got Brian Gable in a Pontiac Firebird up against Norm LaPointe in that 68 Chevy Malibu wagon, the estate wagon out there. Oh, and he goes red. Ah, it's unfortunate. So, Brian Gable manages to take the win there as he got right off the line and had a great reaction time. Norm was had a great reaction time too, except it was too good. So red light, give it to Chuck to go to or Brian to go to the next round. So Darcy Clark from Spruce Grove, Alberta, in that 64 Fury, and in the Napa lane it's Ed. Matajewski, there we go. Ed Matajewski in the 72 Nova. Green lights on both lanes there as we've got a race going. Darcy Clark trying to run down Ed. I don't think it's going to happen. Nope, Ed manages to hang on, and he takes the win. He'll move on to the next round. What do we got next? Oh, we got Super Gas cars coming up next. Excellent. Speaking of Super Gas, I'd just like to say Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman, if you're not already in the lanes.
Power, 2 cars, 1 number.
There we go. Greg McClellan from Spruce Grove, Alberta, driving a 67 Barracuda, lining up against Daryl Smith in that chopped Corvette Roadster. So, got the wheelie bars out on that Roadster. These guys like the wind in their face. I mean, I would too. All right. Wait through your staging games. Oh! Looked like Daryl Smith dead hooked it and hopped right out of the hole there, so still manages to pull off the win as he manages to drive out and around Greg McClellan. So Daryl Smith moving on to the next round. Right now we got Dean Peterson from Courtney, BC in a Ford Mustang. He's got a buy run because apparently Cam McPherson's not taking the beams, so Dean Peterson get a quick little test pass here to get himself dialed in. He's dialed to 10-10. He goes 10-10-11 on the button. So not much he needs to do if he keep that thing good for the next round. So
1,000th away. Wow.
right, 11 thousandths. That's it. 11 10,000ths.
10,000.
All right.
Nitro funny car under the tower.
Yeah, we got the Bubble Up Funny Car from Ron Hodgson Chevrolet GMC, world record holder, holds the world record in Heritage. Holds the world record in the Heritage Series, holds the world record in the Legend Series, the fastest funny car ever. And what we're doing right now is a test run on resetting our clutch a different way. So we're just going to see what happens. Yesterday's run, we ran a 475. The world record is 465 in 1,000 feet. And today, right now, we're going to go 1,320 feet on this patch here, which is a quarter mile, so we can get ready for the other shows that we race in the United States. So this is just a test run to see what happens. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Harold Ace Manufacturing, Mobile One, Robert Skaggs, Napa, Ron Hodgson Chev, GMC, Buick, the owners of the car. 50-year history with the Bubble Up Funny Car. Past drivers, Terry Kapp, Tim Boychuk, Gordy Bonin, 240 Gordy Bonin. We all miss Gordy. .579, 256. World record for that class is 551, which the Bubble Up Funny Car holds. So we're just doing a test section there to see what happens in the clutch and on the 1,320 feet. I believe today we're racing 1,000 feet when we come back. So it'll be a pretty exciting afternoon. There's a lot of really good funny cars here. And so let's just see what happens the rest of the day.
Announcer.
'Well, thank you for all that wonderful info there, Ron. And great to see your team holding that record and maybe even trying to beat it today if the conditions are right. Who knows from there? But I know you guys have heard of our two-seater dragster, and it's pretty cool. Daryl Steinbach, the driver, but there's someone special in the back seat. In the back seat of this two-seater dragster is none other than Pat Reynolds. That's right, that name might ring a bell to some people. Calgary's version of Terry Cub ran the Showdown Funny Car team, and man, do we miss Bob. And then Pat, Roger Bateman, their driver, and now she's back, and now in a sense behind the wheel, even though the wheel's a little in front of her. Here to do a pass down the drags, and well, Pat Reynolds, 77 years old. Great to see you still have the need for speed. And let's send you on a run with Daryl Steinbach in that two-seater dragster. So the Twisted Motorsports two-seater dragster runs an 8.7 with Pat in the car. Absolutely wonderful. And congratulations to Pat there.
All right, last call for Top Sportsman. Last call for Top Sportsman. To the lanes, please. And then Top Dragster, you guys are next. Top Dragster, to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, to the lanes. All right, here we go. Starting off with the Top Sportsman class. We got Joe Graves in the left lane in that Pontiac Grand Am, and in the right lane, it is Graham Foster driving that Chevy Camaro. Top dragsters to the lanes, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top dragster, this is your call to be in the lanes. Top dragster to the lanes. All right, so it looks like something happened to Joe Graves there as he went red. He must have timed out on rolling into the beams, unfortunately. So Graham Foster will move to the next round there in that Chevy Camaro as we're starting our top sportsman class. So next up, we've got Clint Dalovich in a 67 Camaro, going to be rolling up there, that beautiful orange car. And then we got Dale Phillips from Chetwynd, BC in the Mustang Shelby. Beautiful car there. That Mustang's pretty. Oh, in case Top Dragster didn't hear me, Top Dragster, you're supposed to be in the lanes, please. Top Dragster, 2 lanes. All right, as they line up there, Clint Dalovich in the Summit lane. The Napa lane is Dale Phillips. Both bulbs, both pre-staged in, and we go. Oh, and Dale Phillips going red, so hands the win to Clint Dalovich, who will move on to the next round. All right, in the Summit lane, we have Mike Lucas in that Chevy Camaro, lined up against Kelsey DeFriends from Grand Prairie, driving that another Chevy Camaro, a 5th gen though. Couple of beautiful door slammers there, but they're a second apart on their dial-in, so we'll see if Mike Lucas can get around Kelsey. Most of this is down to that reaction time. And here comes Mike, but I don't think he's going to have enough. And Mike pulled it off all the way at the end there. It goes around him. Oh, no, he broke out. Sorry. All right, Darren Butler putting down a nice thundering burnout there in that 41 Willys. A little Willys on Willys crime here in the top sportsman class. We got Randy Schmidt doing his burnout now in that Arby's car. All right. Randy Schmidt getting ready to line up with Darren Butler there. All right, there they go. They both pre-staged. Looks like the Arby's car going in first. Randy Schmidt there. Both cleanly away, but Randy Schmidt shot out of there like a rocket. Nailed the 60-foot there, 116.
723.
There you go, 723 though. The right lane manages to get up and around.
Oh. Their splits were the same though. Wow.
What?
I don't know what to do for that because that's how you see around, right? Yeah.
There we go, and red lit in the near lane there. Sean Tracy just lets go of the trans brake too soon. So Jason Miller getting the auto advance to the next round. All right, attention all the bikes, all the motorcycle guys, be on standby. You guys will be coming up here after we go through the last few cars here, so let's make sure the bikes are ready to go. Stand by, not to the lanes yet, but be ready to go as soon as we give you guys a call to get you up to the lanes. As we've got Pat McNally getting a buy run here in that Chevy Camaro. So quickly set the wheelie bars, fan out the leftover smoke in the car, or probably more realistically, keep that driver nice and cool in there. Pat McNally did a big hike from St. Albert to be here today. So our top dragster class next after we get Pat down on his run here. Danced a little bit to the wall there out of the hole, but just gets planted down the top end of the track, so good job there. 7:07.18, only 18 thousandths off of his dial-in time, so. Leading it off for the top dragster class here, we got McKenna Bold running against Monty Beagle. McKenna in the left lane, our Summit lane, in the Napa lane is Monty Beagle. Monty coming all the way from High River. So these two getting ready to do their staging war. Looks like McKenna's going to go in first. Monty taking his time getting into the beam. There he goes. McKenna decides to take the second bulb first. Monty's in. A good start, a little bit of wheel spin off the line there for Monty. Had a bit of wheel spin, got a little bit of smoke off the tires, but McKenna's going to take it. McKenna also treat him pretty badly. So our next set up here, Dale Bristow from Fort Saskatchewan and Jody Herdman from Edmonton lining up. Jody in the right lane, the Napa Auto Parts lane. Our left lane, Dale Bristow in the Summit lane. Times dialed in up at the top. 7:20 in the left lane, 7:85 in the right lane. We don't want to go faster than that. We want to go as close to without going over. As they're all staging in there, Joey gets in last there, and he gets a lead, but a little bobble on the line for Dale as he not only slept on the tree, but didn't get out of the hole right, so his 60-foot time definitely way down. But Jody Herdman going on to the next round with a modest margin of error, of win of 1.45, so. Had 1.5 seconds in hand there at the finish line. All right, so gonna get things reset here. All right, up they go. Cody Luschke and Jason DeCrane. All right, Dalton Garreau and Jenna Michaud pulling up in the lanes. Dalton in the left lane, and then Summit Parks lane. Jenna Michaud in the right lane, or Napa lane.
So everybody before Jason, 158-6580.
And there we go. Unfortunately, Jenna Michaud goes red. All right, Cody Baker. Cody Baker from High River in the left lane. Kirsten Groves in the right lane from Alder Flats, Alberta. As they get ready to go, the top sportsman.
While they back their cars up, attention all you wonderful fans, one of you lost a phone that is up here now in the media booth. I already know what kind of phone it is and who it belongs to, but I don't have a name, but I know what you look like. So come collect your lost phone. Check your pockets. You're missing your Samsung.
All right, the first four that ran in top Dragster, you guys need to come back and do a rerun. We're unfortunately going to have to rerun the first couple rounds. So the first four runs, or first two runs are going to get rerun. So, all right, we got Cody Baker and Kirsten Groves in the lane right now. Kirsten Groves, sorry. So just to say that again for the guys in the pits, the first two rounds, or the first two cars that ran the first two pairs of the top dragster, we're going to run you again. As Cody Baker goes red. So Kirsten Groves moves to the next round as Cody Baker goes red on that. So, Andy Shue and Chantel Bent are going to go up now. Andy Shue in the left lane. And Chantel Bent in the right lane. All right, as we get the cars lined up here. We are going to get these guys going. And they are almost pre-staged. We got both going. And we get away cleanly. Andy Shue getting a good jump out of the hole. But it's the right lane of Chantel Bent who manages to take the win there. And she actually treed the other guy, Andy Shue. So good job, Chantel Bank, going to move to the next round. So we got Stan Essery and Ray Gates coming up now. Stan Essery in the left lane in the Summit Auto Parts lane, and the right lane is the Napa lane with Ray Gates. Ray Gates coming up from Medicine Hat, Alberta. All right, here we go. And off they go. Big old red light for Ray Gates. All right, so we just waiting for my timing screen to come back to me. You got stuff to do, I know, it's okay. All right, so we got a buy run here. And he is off for his buy run. Looks like nice and clean, straight down through there.
Using the left lane.
All right, so got our next pair here. Okay, so we got Scott Hearn in the left lane and Jesse Vanderhoof in the right lane. I hope I got that right. Vanderwerf. I got to go find him in the pits later and make sure I know how to say his name properly. All right, so they're getting all the way staged. Both get away cleanly. Looks like the right lane had a little bit of wheel spin. And the right lane takes it. They will move on to the next round. So next up in the left lane, we have Cody Graves coming in from Sherwood Park, Alberta. And then we got Tanner Gates in the Napa lane from Medicine. Oh, is that from Medicine Hat? Just saying, Rad Torque System seems to be on every top dragster I see. All right, as these guys get ready to get in the beams. And there we go. Cody Graves looked like he was in the lead, but no. Tanner Gates comes around him at the top end. Does a good job of getting there. All right.
Yeah, no, mine's great. No, that one's fine. Of course.
All right, we got Madison Morton in the left lane. We got Dan Provost in the right lane. Dan Provost coming from Abbotsford, BC. As they're ready to go, the lights come down. Off they go. Looks like Dan Provost managing not to make it. Madison Morton sends Dan Provost on to the trailer. So Madison Morton going to go on to the next round with a good run there. All right. Left lane. So we got Grant Dury in the left lane, and we've got Chris Crozer in the right lane as they get ready to go down. The lights come down. Off they go. Them some angry dragsters. That left lane, I think, has gone around. But no, left lane broke out. He did a 6.99. His dialing was 7:01. He did go around him, but a little too quickly. So on to the next. So we have Foji Janshaw and Mike Darren. What? All right, to the lanes, please. NHrA Pro ET. All right, so let's get this right here. NHrA Pro ET to the lanes, please. NHrA Pro ET, as well as CMDRA Super Gas and Street will be next up. So NHrA Pro ET and CMDRA Super Gas and Street will be after the NHrA Pro. NHrA Pro to the lanes, please.
Well, while we wait for our next group of cars to get to the line, Blue Line Racing was just up here at my booth, and well, we absolutely love Blue Line Racing around here, and they are doing a kids giveaway at their trailer. You can go down, meet all of the wonderful drivers for Blue Line Racing in support of the Edmonton Police Service, and they are doing a kids giveaway 12 years and under to win an RC car Camaro. I asked them. They wouldn't give it to me. So, if you guys are interested, head on down to the pits while there's some downtime or when we have a break going before our main show. Go check them out. We'll announce the winner later tonight, but you'll also get a phone call. So don't worry if you have to leave. We understand how it is with the young ones. So go check out Blue Line Racing in the pits once we get a bit of a break here between all of our wonderful eliminations.
Well, it sounds like we might have a Nitro Funny Car under the tower, I'm just saying. So that'll be fun. So hang on to your hats and get ready for that lovely smell of methane, a.k.a. gunpowder.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. NHrA Pro to the lanes, please. NHrA Pro to the lanes, please. Once again, that is attention in them their pits. Attention in them their pits. NHrA Pro ET to your lanes, please. NHrA Pro ET to your lanes, please. You are next up after this humorous automobile. Alrighty, that Unleashed funny car getting ready to rumba here. You can feel that thing from here up in the tower. And going for a licensing pass here for this Unleashed Nitro funny car. So he might not be going all out, but not going all out for a funny car is still a heck of a lot, if you'll pardon my language. And a short little burst there. Hitting it at and there's my statistics there. I found them. That quick little burst in for that licensing pass there, coming in with a reaction of, coming in at that 60, coming in at 1076, not going all out at all on that quarter mile.
Well, with that licensing pass out and out of the way, I do have an announcement on that phone that got turned into us. Hey, Mark, you're missing your phone. I had a lovely chat with somebody who called, and so Mark, you're missing your Samsung. It is up here. I know what you look like, so please head on up to the media tower, and we'll get you your phone back. But Mark, you're missing your Samsung.
Alrighty, as a reminder for that top dragster rerun, as soon as you get to those lanes, we will have you run your rerun, so the sooner you get to the lanes, the better. Once again, top dragster reruns, the first 4 cars of that last round. Top dragster rerun, make sure you're making your way to those lanes, as we will run you as soon as you guys get there. Once again, that is top dragster reruns. Make sure you're making your way on down to those lanes, as we will be running you as soon as you get there. Alrighty, Daryl Steinbach once again bringing a passenger on down that track. Coming in again around that 850 mark at 871. And this truck coming in again, I believe this is a licensing pass. And he's finding that tree. And both bulbs are lit. And 168 for reaction, 9:57 on the clock. Alrighty, as we have a little bit of a minute here while we're waiting for things to get fired up again here, just a reminder, there will be a stunt bike show coming up here before too long at 5 o'clock. And before that, our 50-50 individuals are running around. Make sure you catch them and buy into that 4 o'clock pot here. There will be a 4 o'clock pot for the 50-50 Rotary Club, as well as there will be a 9 o'clock pot here today. So that heads up on that. If you want to get in on that, go and find a Rotary Club member or hit the booth, and they'll be posting that at the booth later on here today if you missed the announcement of those winning numbers. Now, I might be mistaken, but that does sound like a car is ready to go here. Unfortunately, my data is currently gone, but I believe that is the Mustang, and the Duster, but I might be entirely wrong. And Summit Lane with a 104.1 104.1 dial in, and Napa Lane with 1018. And Summit Lane staying a little bit ahead. Can Napa Lane catch up? Napa Lane chasing him. Looks like he might. Oh no, narrowly unable to catch him. Summit Lane will stay ahead, coming in at 12:02. Once again, coming in at 12:02. Dialed in.
Cole Butler and Pete.
Sorry, Cole Butler and Pete for that last race there. My apologies. This one coming up, Cole Butler and Pete. 12:02 dial in and 10:14. A red light on that Napa Lane. That will give it to default to that Summit Lane, coming in at 11:11. In the Summit Lane, Jason.
Jason Summit, Donovan, Napa.
And Donovan in the Napa Lane. And getting a head start. Can he get around him? Catching up here. Oh, and win light Summit Lane coming in at 988. Up next, Kale and Tanya for this round of eliminations. Kale in the Summit, Tanya in the Napa Lane. $11.56 dialing up against a 988. Summit Lane is chasing. And Kale catches her. That will help him move on, just narrowly off dial there too. Once again, victory going to that Summit Lane.
And in the Napa.
Chuck in the Summit. And Ed in the Napa. They've lit that tree. 999 versus 953. Reaction advantage going to... Oh, never mind. I don't have that right now. And Summit Lane managing to stay ahead on that one. Taking it. Coming in at 10:03. Dialed in at 999. John in the Summit and Doug Clausen in that Napa Lane in that Grand Am. One bulb lit, two bulbs, and now we have one more bulb going. And we're good. Tree's coming down. 0.8 of a second difference here. Looks like he might have managed to chase him down. Oh. He did not. Narrowly taking it, coming in at 1092. That will be the Summit Lane taking it here. And now we're having our reruns here for our top dragsters. And we're going to get this track clean before we send draggers. For all these top dragster runs, we need to make sure we have that track cleaned and fresh, as they got a lot of power down on track. Alrighty, now that they got that track, a nice little scrub down. McKenna Bold in that summit lane, and Monty Beagle gonna be coming in on that Napa lane. Bold dialed in at 7:57. Beagle dialed in at 7:17. Beagle is gonna be chasing down Bold here. And reaction advantage to Bold here. And Bold will take it. That reaction advantage carrying her, keeping her ahead of Monty here. McKenna Bold moving on to the next round. Jody Herdman going to be in that Napa lane. And Dale in that Summit lane. Dale Bristol coming in with a dial-in of 720. And Jody coming in with a dial-in of 785. Ah, she died at the line. That is unfortunate. Well, for Dale's run there, coming in at 738 up against that 739 dial-in. Would have broken out, actually. Jeremy Lott and Jeff Peter getting started on our bikes here. Super Gas getting ready to go here. Napa Lane has one bulb lit. Summit Lane, one bulb lit. Two bulbs. All four are there. Reaction advantage to the Summit Lane. And that will go to the Napa Lane in this heads-up race. A very tight race. Margin of 181 on that stripe. Garrett Price and Carl Millis coming up next. Alrighty. All bulbs are lit, going for their qualifiers here. Reaction of 008 for that Napa Lane. And Summit Lane coming in a little faster, 990 on the clock. Neil Churchill and car, or sorry, not a car. I'm gonna get my eyes checked. Apparently, 777 bike. It is a ZX10 for that Napa Lane, which once again is. All right, Panigale V2 in the Napa and in the Summit Lane, ZX10. Getting ready for their qualifiers for that big race tomorrow. A little squirrely on the start. Attention in the attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro to lanes, please. Super Pro to lanes, please. And Hot Twin to lanes, please. Hot Twin to lanes, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro to lanes, please. Super Pro to lanes, please. Hot Twin to lanes, please, and behind Super Pro. Hot Twin into lanes behind Super Pro. And I see those 50-50 people rocking around there. So if you're looking to win big tonight, make sure you catch their eye, as they'll be having a draw at 4 here and another draw at 9 o'clock. Alrighty, that last run for qualifiers coming in. Harley Nightster on that Summit Lane coming in at 13:08. And Logan Boyles coming in at 13:33. Tiffany Main and Nick Grega up next. Tiffany Main at 11:59:48 on that clock. And Nick at 11:87. Curtis Peddle and Marie. Marie Leclerc. And Marie coming in at 11:52 in that Napa lane. In the Summit lane, we have Curtis coming in at 12:58 for this qualifier. Trevor Flight brought to you by Sinister Saints, Whole Shot Engine Works, Brewski's Revolution Communication as well on that Summit lane, and Jay Dudley in that Napa lane on that Yamaha. And Jay Dudley coming in at 10:85 once again on that Napa lane. Trevor Flight on that Summit lane coming in at 11:28. 115.27 for Trevor in that Summit lane, and Dudley in that Napa lane at 131 on that mile per hour. Cody Minor and Mark Hall going here. Mark Hall red lighting it. Cody coming in at 12:05 on the clock. Mark coming in at 11:92. And once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We should have NHrA Super Pro in the lanes. And on deck, CMDRA Hot Twin will be next. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Our last two remaining Super Pros. Please make your way on down to those lanes as we are waiting for you. Once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Our last two remaining Super Pros. Make sure you get your way on down to those lanes so we can get you guys going lickety-split down those lanes.
Also, we are still looking for Mark, who lost his phone. If you guys know Mark and he's missing his cell phone, send him to the media booth. We know what he looks like. I've spoken with his girlfriend. And Mark, your phone is up here in the media booth. Also, attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters, well, you guys are coming up soon, so make sure you guys are ready. Junior Dragsters.
You know how we like to set this up?
Well, here we go with Super Pro. Clint Dalovich in the Summit lane. Ricky Wilson in the Napa.
Did he even make self last?
All right, here we go with Super Pro. Clint in the Summit, in the Napa, Ricky Wilson. Good getaway from both. And it is Clint in the Summit lane taking the win over Ricky Wilson. Next up, Justin Hamelink and Pat Downahawk. Red light for Justin Hamelink, which means it goes to Pat at the end of the quarter. Bye run for Gary Tomiak. CMDRA getting away with a 001 reaction. 897 is the dial-in. And a 903 for Gary on his bye run. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Junior Dragsters, we need you to the staging lanes. Junior Dragsters to the staging lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We also are going to need to the staging lanes CMDRA's V-Pro and Superbike. CMDRA V-Pro Superbike to the staging lanes.
Pro Street.
And the CMDRA Pro Extreme to staging lanes. CMDRA Pro Extreme, V-Pro, and Superbike all to the staging lanes. McKenna Bold and Justin Ronnie. McKenna Bold getting that one there with a 7.6 off the dial-in of a 7.57. Logan Boys in the Summit lane in the 2022 FX BBS with JMs in that 2010 Harley Nightster. This is your CMDRA Hot Twins. It's their quali, right?
The brake column.
Bikes should be qualified.
Hot Twin, yeah, quali one.
That feels a little better. We gotta get a cup or something full of it.
Yeah. Let's sit there right there. How about we try and mix it? I'm not going to remember tonight.
Tiffany Main and NHrA. Tiffany in the Summit, in the Napa is Nick. Down the straight for qualifying, 11:49 for Tiffany Main, 12:1 for NHrA. The CMDRA has tons of sponsors supporting those bikes that are out there, such as Renaissance Industrial, Prime Movers, Western RV, Kickstart Oilfield and Consulting, DLT Inc., Arctic Chiller, Wood Pines RV, Big D's Smokehouse, and Painful Obsession Tattoo. So Cody with a good start for qualifying, but Curtis having an issue at the light. And off he goes. 12:50 for Cody and those Hot Twins. And a very not nice 20:38 for Curtis Ped.
And bike 777 taking off here. And he'll come in at 12:55 and 121 on that quarter mile. Up next, that double head dragster. And as you may have gathered, we're not calling that the double-headed dragster because it's got an extra set of wheels on the front or anything like that. We have a little passenger riding along. Unfortunately, for anybody that was hoping to get on there, they are booked solid for today. But they are every so often out here on weekends for events and the like. And $200 a run, and half the proceeds goes to a foundation. Today, a massive portion of the proceeds will be going to the Kids Cancer Society for these ride-alongs they are doing. And that, once again, that is Daryl Steinbrack. Everybody has a Spineback, hopefully. Coming in at 8:72, a very nice run. And a little note, if you're here and you've got a lot of bottles that you don't know quite what to do with, the NHrA that are about to race here are doing bottle collection here today. And they'll be doing it tomorrow too, actually. So if you are looking to get rid of some of your excess bottles, just be aware that they partner with the NHrA track to make sure that we have a cleaner racing experience for everyone. And they'll be going around collecting bottles and whatever else. So if you have a bag of bottles that you need to get rid of, either leave it behind your trailer here at the end of the day or deposit it at the NHrA's clubhouse, and they would be happy to take your donations. For any further details, please check out their Facebook page. Serenity Bourbon and Mila Vanderkoony coming here. Sorry, not that. Sorry, my bad. Vanderwickie. Mila will unfortunately red light it there narrowly at 12 thou in the red. She'll come in at 12:20, but it will go to Serenity Bourbon at 15:54. Up against that 15:25 dial-in. Racing the by is Jackson Vanderwickie coming in with a dial-in of 1190. He's going to be shooting to go slightly slower than that, as that is what he's declared as his run. And they're just getting that tree. Second light up. And tree's dropping. And red light, but racing the by, so. Dial in of 1190 coming in there at 1230. Rebecca Stand Even coming in on that summit lane, dialed in at 806. Shade and Dansaw dialed in at 798. Shaden will be chasing Rebecca here. Will he catch her, or will Rebecca get away? Shaden has that first light up. Rebecca has that first light up, and there we are. Reaction advantage to Rebecca stand even here. And that will do it. Coming in at 8:06, she's able to stay ahead of Shaden there. Dialed in at 8:06, hitting that line at 8:16. Taking the stripe by 25. Brandon Peck dialed in at 8:90. Going to be running away from Daniel O'Connor, dialed in at 7:98. Oh, and that is unfortunate. An extremely narrow red light there. Brandon Peck, 009, 9 thou on that red light, just narrowly on the wrong side of the tree there. That will give it to Daniel O'Connor. O'Connor dialed in at 798, coming in at 8:02. Brandon Peck would have had it if he was on the opposite side of that tree, not red lighting it. O'Connor moving on to the next round. Already, our bikers are getting ready to run here. Looks like our first one for Pro Extreme here will be a pairing of Walter de Wusseldorf and Jeff Petrie. Petrie is brought to you by Whole Shot Engine Works and Pido Productions. And a little bit of comment here. Jeff is coming all the way from Yellowknife. That is a drive. I will say some of the best fishing I've ever had was near Yellowknife. As a reminder, Stunt Bike Show will be coming up here at 5, and if we find out when that monster truck show is, we will give you guys a holler right along. My apologies, that's more exciting than a show. And while we're waiting, and since it seems like it might be snack o'clock, we're going to call out some of our food providers here. We have our all-new Rad Torque Raceway concession with new menus and items there. Rad Torque Cube Van is also serving all drinks, including mixed drinks here. The Coors Light Lounge is on the second floor of the Drag Tower with a great view of the strip and is air conditioned, which is nice. Dar's Cookhouse and Snacks Trailers also here, and Dar's Donuts, as well as Cole's Mini Donuts. There's also kettle corn here available and Big Softy ice cream. Alrighty, they're in that Mutual Plains sponsored water box doing their burnout. Once again, Walter and Jeff coming in here. Walter from far off Edmonton and Jeff from far off Yellowknife. First light lit, second light lit, and they're off. Wow, that thing's hauling, coming in at 774 for Jeff on this qualifier. That thing is ripping on down that track. Walter coming in with 868. Rob Aston from Zen Custom Homes and Fuel Teak. Scott Richardson coming in. Hayabusa up against Hayabusa. Calgary versus Red Deer. A Highway 2 face-off here. Rob Aston, Scott Richardson once again getting ready here. 2018 Hayabusa up against 2024 Hayabusa. Reaction advantage on Rob Austin in this qualifier here. However, Scott Richardson will get around faster, catching him at the very end there. 196 and that on Scott Richardson coming in at 695 on that Hayabusa. Rob Aston coming in at 706 and 198.15. That is crazy. Hayabusas are named after one of the fastest birds in Japan. If I'm not mistaken, while the Peregrine Falcon is the fastest while diving, I think the Hayabusa is supposed to be the fastest actual bird for flying speed, not diving. And Will Ellie coming in on that Harley Derringer. '15 vintage. Will, who just finished warming up his tires there, is all the way from Lloydminster here. A lot of people from all over. Really happy to see you all here as we have an awesome day of racing. And tree is down off the line. Oh, that doesn't sound great. That Harley sounded like a son of a David here. And that's not what he wanted, unfortunately. But coming in at 1382, which honestly, for your average car, would be crazy fast. Coming in 109.2 on that quarter-mile-per-hour, despite that rough little bit there. Moving on to our V Pros here. Garrett Price coming in from Red Deer on that 1999 Mule. Brought to you by Gasoline Alley HD. Carl Mills on that Harley Sportster coming in from Sherwood Park. Mills in the Napa Lane brought to you by Trico Industries, Frank's Welding, Hoy's Welding, Excalibur Cycle, and Mac House and Fittings. Mac Hose and Fittings. You know what? Give me enough time and one day I might be literate at this rate. Alrighty. Garrett Price deciding that it is best not to run right now. Making a good call for safety and everybody else to keep us on rolling. Carl Mills with a great reaction on that bike of 12 thou. It could be pretty hard to get off the line with the bikes as you have to balance everything and get going. Coming in at 855 and 150 on that quarter-mile-per-hour. And our next V Pros here. And oh, never mind. I was about to say something and it turned into a lie. I have acquired data on these two here, so I shall reveal their names unto you. Don Ferrigan and Phil Regular getting lined up here, both from Calgary. And Don in that Summit Lane brought to you by Universal Cycle, Trillion Industries, and Trailer Town and Gary Eddy. Phil coming in on that 1989 Suzuki, and I don't have the ID for what Don is riding, but that is a 1973. Well, let's see what these can do. Tree is down. Ooh, nice. Don coming in at 10:14, going awfully fast. Maybe sounds like a two-stroke. We're not sure up here. Phil Regular coming in at 10:46, a little bit behind him. And that'll be their second qualifier, I believe, here. Jay Dudley on that Yamaha. Coming in from Calgary. Carmen Leffenforman coming in on that 1996. And that is unfortunate. Went before the tree was fully lit, unfortunately. Jay Dudley for his second round of qualifying will get 10-12 and 133.49 on that clock. Unfortunately for Carmen, that is 13:54, and it looks like, unfortunately, with that fouled start, that's not what they're hoping for. Hopefully we can see what they're capable of next time around. Neil Churchman jumping that line there, or that tree, sorry. ZX10R red light at 49th thou. He'll hit that line at 10-12 for that quarter mile, though, still. Mark Hall from Exshaw coming in at 54th thou for reaction and 11:82 on that clock. And now for what you all really came here to see, we have that tractor hitting that road with rubber. I know this is the most exciting part of the night for you folks here.
Yeah. Well, we're going to get the track scrubbied up a bit there before we bring out our West Coast Pro Mods next. The squeaky squeaky.
Last call for 50-50. Last call for 50-50. If you want to get on that 4 o'clock pot, you're going to have to hunt down one of these gentlemen or ladies wandering around with that vast 50-50 Rotary Club Nisku. Make sure you make your way on over to them.
It's still qualifying.
Take home on this pot will be over $5,000. And if you miss it, make sure you get on the next one, which will be at 9 o'clock. But once again, last call for the 50-50 for the 4 p.m. pot here. It will be over $5,000.
Oh.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
fun so far? Right? Oh, the paperclip finished last in this one, I see.
Scan the QR code on the MyRace Guardrail decal or on the back of the grandstand diary for a set of
All right, we are going to get rolling pretty quick here on the West Coast Pro Modifieds next. So just to give you all a little update, we're going to go into Q3 for the West Coast Pro Mods. Up to date so far after Q2, the running times are, we've got Garrett Richards as our fast qualifier to 389 at 194. And then second place is Scott Blake running at 390. Sanders Spelt put off a 394. And then Ryan Griffin's at a 405. Now, Ryan Griffin's got a team member that's got long hair, and apparently if Ryan gets into the threes, that team member's getting those beautiful curly locks chopped off, so that should be interesting. After Ryan, Steve Goddard at a 407. And then we have Ton Raithmeyer, who unfortunately isn't going to make the call for Q3. He had to pack up and go home. He had some lifter issues and just wasn't able to find enough parts to get it fixed. And then you got Rick Barnhart and David Robinson down the bottom there at 440. So as we get the cars fired up, we got Rick Barnhart in the left lane. Sorry, were you guys trying to hear?
No, we're good. Yeah. Nisky was not putting through his straight thunderstorm launch.
All right, so Rick Barnhart in the left lane there in the Summit Racing lane. In the right lane, we got Sanders Spelt. Sanders Spelt, our third place qualifying. So Rick Barnhart looking to improve on the 445 he did yesterday. And Sanders Spelt just hanging into the threes there, the 394. So we'll see how they do here as they get ready to do their passes. Rick Barnhart got that beautiful 71 Mustang. And Sanders Spelt on the inside, on the right near lane, sorry, the 57 Chevy. That's a Minor Bros engine, a 526 Hemi there, screw blown. It's actually a big block Chevy block. So, looks like we're going to get ready to bring the boys into the beams. All right, and there we're getting into the pre-stage here. Rick Barnhart in the left lane, right lane, Sanders Spelt as they get in there, fully in. And there we go. Oh, Sanders Spelt get a little loose around the 330 there. Knocks off a 397. And did I see Rick Barnhart? Runs a 435, so he's improved on his time from yesterday. A 397 for Sanders Spelt there. Doesn't improve, so he's still going to sit in the same position so far, holding third. So next up, we're going to have Steve Goddard and Ryan Griffin. Steve Goddard going to be in the Summit lane, and Ryan Griffin will be in the Napa lane. All right.
When they run, you put the time they ran beside the stripes. Right? Just put their ET there, that's all. When they finish the run. You find out.
All right, here we go. Left lane, Steve Goddard. Ryan Griffin on the Napa lane there, driving that 67 Mustang. That's a Jerry Haas chassis. And he's running twin 98s on his Noonan Hemi in that thing. So Steve Goddard is out there driving his 08 GTO. That's going to be a nitrous combination with a 784 cubic inch in there. So as they get their cars backed up, lined up, get ready to go for the second pairing here of our West Coast Pro Modifieds. I don't spill. The whole time in my head is, I don't spill, as I'm listening to you say, don't spill. Never spill. All right, as they bring their cars into the beams, we'll get to see how it goes here. Steve Goddard goes in second there as we wait for Ryan Griffin there to get the car up on the popper. And off they go. And Ryan Griffin has to get out of it early. It looks like he blew the tires off and or it hopped there. So a 414 for Steve Goddard. And so that is a not an improvement from yesterday. Or no, did improve on his time from yesterday. So, and Ryan Griffin definitely not. So no real changes yet on the order in the qualifying. So the hair is saved. Yes, that's right. Ryan Griffin's guy was going to get his hair chopped if he pulled off a 3-second pass. So a little bit of work to do there. All right, as we get our next group ready to go here, Garrett Richards in the left lane in that Ford Shelby. Right lane is Scott Blake driving that Camaro. It's a 67 Camaro. Sorry, 69. Sorry, 69 Camaro, the 950. In the left lane, we've got Garrett Richards with that big blower hanging out the top there. That's a Walt Austin screw blower. Sorry, a Walt Austin engine, which is a Ford 4.9 spacing, big block. So this should be a good one here. Going up against Scott Blake's 950 Albert Racing Engines nitrous motor. Scott quickly purging off the nitrous, get his bottle pressure where he wants it. Bottle pressure, one of the tools they have in their disposal when they're tuning, mostly on the launch. Garrett Richards in the Summit lane, the Napa lane, Scott Blake. As they come up, they get ready to go into the beams. As Garrett goes in first. Quick rips for both of them into the threes. So, it looks like a slight improvement for Garrett Richards there, our number one qualifier so far. And Scott Blake throwing down a 393, which isn't an improvement on what he did last time. So we got one more pair to go still. But some quick times down there. 193 mile an hour in the 8th mile there for Garrett Richards in that screw blower. Taking care of business. So, it looks like we might have a buy run here. Or we just don't have Wade's name in the system yet. Because we still have Wade Schustrom, who wasn't here yesterday racing, but is here now with his 57 Chevy. So, that is David Robinson rolling in, his Pontiac Grand Am. He's one of the Red Deer clan. Nice big smoky burnout from David Robinson. Currently, he was sitting in the back of the field, so hopefully he's going to get a good run here and get a representative time. All right. Where's my notes right here? Wait till he's done his run. All right, so here we go into the beams. David Robinson. Where did they add them in? All right, David Robinson slowly getting to the beams here. Lights the first bulb, second bulb. Run's looking good so far. A 4:24. There we go. Improves on his time from yesterday. That's a much better time. That's representative of what he can do. So 4:24 is going to put him. Looks like that'll slot him into the probably into 5th or 6th. I'd say 6th place. Sorry. So I'm going to make him in 6th in the qualifying order. So now we're just waiting for Wade Schustrom to fire up. Get that old 57 Chevy with the BAE engine in it. Big old Brad Anderson.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. NHrA stock, super stock to your lanes, please. NHrA stock, super stock to your lanes, please. And CMDRA Crazy 8 to your lanes, please. CMDRA Crazy 8 to your lanes, please. Finally, NHrA Super Gas to your lanes, please. NHrA Super Gas to your lanes, please. So that is first NHrA Stock, Super Stock, then CMRA Crazy 8s to the lanes, and finally in behind them, Super Gas to your lanes, please. Once again, Stock, Super Stock, Crazy 8, and Super Gas to your lanes, please.
Okay, Wade Schuster doing a big smoky burnout in that 57 Chevy Bel Air. As he backs up, as he's going to lay down his first time as part of our third qualifying session.
She can't hear us.
Yeah, we called them already. We just called them. All right, Wade Schuster backing up. And they're going to get him all lined up, doing the last minute checks there. De-icing the old blower. All right, Wade into the pre-stage. Staged. Oh, gets a little wheel spin there around the 330, but lights off at 415. So that's going to slot him up. Pull. Yeah, that puts him in at. 415 is going to put him in 6th, so I think he'll slot in 6th, just ahead of David Robinson and just behind Steve Goddard. So that wraps it up for our Q3 West Coast Pro Mods. And it looks like we might have some exhibition stuff next.
Steinbeck. That's the two-front dragster, two-seater.
Ah, we're going to have the two-seater dragster going to do a quick pull here. So that should be fun.
Sportsman and Dragster. Yeah, they're out of order now. They call pick up and call stock. Okay. This is out of order So yeah, this yeah.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where we slotted in the Pro Mods in there. And he was right here, you were saying,
right
right?
after bikes, yeah.
Right. So the NHrA stock and super stock is bikes?
No, that's cars and then we're going into crazy. The CMDRA.
Oh, okay. So this is okay. So we just did the super bikes, and that's when we brought the Pro Mods out.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I was trying to figure out. Okay, so that's where we are.
Yeah, crazy is the last first right. Super yes.
So now we're doing these two, and then we're doing the crazy eights.
And attention, NHrA Stock and Super Stock and Crazy 8s. Make your way on down to that lane. Supercast better be ready to rumba here as you guys are up after them. And coming in with a 400 Pro tree now, 5601, getting lined up. And that classic pickup has taken off here. Ever look at the back of these cars sometimes and just say to yourself, well, shoot. That's what happens when you go too fast. You gotta have a shoot. And he'll come in at 9:55 and 144.28. All right. If my little data table is telling me the truth here, we have Mr. Ryan McQueen coming in here.
We do.
No licensing.
Boy.
Oh, more licensing. My apologies. I misheard there. So one more, doing another licensing pass here, McQueen. I'll have my fellow announcer Tanner take over here.
Well, thank you so much, Luke. And here we are with one of the funnest cars that I've seen at a racetrack in a long time. Now, I know we all know the jet truck, but how about a jet supercar? That's right. We have to call it the supercar for, well, you know, reasons.
And just a reminder, we got to be careful about not being in the balconies. And folks, if you are on the grandstands directly behind that car, you're going to have to move to the right side of those grandstands. As unless you sunbathe with barbecue sauce on, I don't think you're going to look forward to what's going to happen to you if you continue sitting on that left side of those grandstands here. Your nice blue shirt might get melted to your body.
Yes, everybody in the balconies need to go back in. Everybody on the grandstands needs to go to the right side.
That
means you, sir, in the blue shirt. Yeah, I can see you. You're right in front of our booth. There we go. Perfect. So here we have the Insanity Jet Car. The Insanity Jet Car is local here to Edmonton. This is Ryan McQueen out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. And I can tell you, this man has built this car from the ground up. He has done it all himself with no knowledge, nothing but Google and a will. Will to build one of the coolest jet cars North America has ever seen. Inspired by many. Inspired by legends such as Les Shockley and Bob Motts. Again, no prior experience. He embarked on this journey, and now he's here. Rocky Mountain Nationals, Edmonton, Alberta, Rad Torque Raceway, trying to get his license. He needed 4 runs 1 run ago. That means he's got 3 left. We're not going to see a full pass from him. That means he's only going to go a little bit and then let off. It's not going to be as big of a show as with the jet truck later on today, but he is determined to get his license to hopefully, maybe, put on a show tomorrow. But for now, we get to enjoy the Insanity Jet Car. Ryan McQueen, if you've never seen the jet cars before, well, he's going to get those engines fired up, make sure they're doing everything he needs them to do in his pre-flight checks. And then we're going to see that motor kick on once his safety truck makes it to the top of the course. These 2 engines, well, there's a lot about them. They are 2 Rolls-Royce Viper 522s. They are home-built afterburners, and the speed should be about 400 miles an hour if they allowed him to do the full run. They do not. So we're not going to get any of the cool smoke and backfiring from the afterburners. He's just trying to get these licensing runs done. So, for licensing run number 3, If he completes this, that's 2 left in the books. I don't hear anything about an abort. The lights are on. And fans, I hope you enjoy it. Oh, and that's a shutdown.
Yeah, some issue, guys.
So, not the greatest licensing run number 3 for Ryan McQueen. So our safety crew are going to have to go and get him, as it looks like something happened with the engine at about the 330 foot mark, and it shut down on him. So now for all you wonderful fans, you may return to your seats, whether it was out on the balcony or to the left of the Octane Grandstand. We do appreciate you, but we care about your health and safety more than, well, a seat in a grandstand.
I have not yet had my supper here today, and I don't want anybody ruining the smell of barbecue for me.
It should be the stock post op.
So while they work on getting Ryan McQueen's jet truck off the track, hopefully he can look at what was going on with it, get it ready for license pass number, remainder licensing pass number 2 to bring it down to just 1. Hopefully he can knock those out today, but I hope you enjoyed what's yet to come, because if the Insanity jet car comes out again, it'll most likely be followed by the wonderful jet truck all the way down from Texas.
And folks, if it is anything like last night, both of these are going to be putting on a show for you. They're going to rattle all the fixings off of our walls here in the tower and the fishbowl.
But with the jet truck almost clear, they're just going to check the track, make sure nothing leaked out, make sure everything is still intact and proper. We have the NHrA Stock Super Stocks coming up next. And that will be their Elimination 2 run. So I'm excited to watch these Stock Super Stocks come up. It won't be long now, and we'll be back in the action very, very shortly.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super gas to lanes, please. Super gas to lanes, please. Once again, that is attention in the pits. Attention in them there pits. Super gas to lanes, please. Super gas to lanes, please. And I hear a little rumbling coming from under that tower. Oh my goodness, surprise of surprise, it is a automobile. Chuck Porter dialed in at 1188. Ed Matajewski dialed in at 1189. Difference of only 1/1000th of a second here. Or sorry, 1/100th of a second here. Porter in that Camaro and Ed in that 1972 Nova. Once again, 1188 dial in for Porter here in that Summit lane, and Matajewski in that Napa lane coming in with 1189. Should be a tight race. Reaction advantage to Porter here. Matajewski looks like he might be able to pull ahead here. Oh, and a double breakout there. Unfortunately, they will both go faster than that dial in. Matajewski, though, being a little closer, he will. Wait, hold on. Never mind. It is. Chuck Porter is taking it here. I have been corrected. Chuck Porter taking it, coming in at 11:86. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top sportsman to lanes, please. Top sportsman to your lanes, please. That is once again, attention in them their pits. Attention in them their pits. Top sportsman, this is your first call to go to those lanes, please. Top sportsman to your lanes, please. And once again, on that last race, Chuck Porter took the victory. This current one that just went down the track, Brian Gable in that Firebird from Sherwood Park, coming in with a dial-in of 11:45, hitting that finish line at 10:87. Breaking out, but racing the bye, so that's not going to matter. Nicole Kidd coming up for the Crazy Eights here, and Carl Millis.
The winner gets, the plot is 12,885. The winner takes home 64.57.
Wow, that's way more than
Yeah, and then that's the winner.
I'm just going to let these guys do their burnout quick. So
I'll write this down here. Yeah, thank you.
Well, we see Nicole Kidd and Carl Mills at the line. Nicole in that 84 Suzuki and Carl in the 2005 Harley. Oh, looks like Nicole Kidd couldn't get it started. Stalled it off the line. While we have that quick second, the bike's back and running, I want to let you all know about the 50-50 draw. That's right, 4 o'clock, they drew the winning number. The Leduc Rotary was just up here and gave me that number. The pot, the total for today's afternoon draw, there's still one more to come tonight, was $12,885. That means the winner of this 50-50 is taking home $6,457,000. That's a lot of money. So, have your tickets ready. The number is C. I know they all start with that. 446551. Ticket number C, 446551. You have just won $6,457. You can go see the Leduc Rotary behind the main grandstand beside the Rad Torque Raceway trailer to claim your prize. And congratulations to that winner.
Sheet for the tractor, right?
Nicole Kidd got her bike fired back up. Manages to get that pass done. And a beautiful 889 for Nicole Kidd. Also to remind everybody here today, the NHrA Club, in support of the NHrA Club, they are offering free tractor and hay wagon rides in the parking lot from your car to the front gates for a donation to the NHrA Club. With generous support from yesterday's Auto Gallery, Finning Canada, Mobile One, Blue Water Group, Heavy Metal Equipment Rentals, and Two Bro Equipment Services. If you need a ride to or from your car, go find the NHrA Club.
Dean Peterson coming in for the Super Gas here, and Daryl Smith. Peterson in that Ford Mustang, Smith in that Corvette Roadster. They have their tree set at 10-10. Peterson coming in from Courtney, BC, and Smith coming in from Foothills, Alberta. And that tree went down. A little bit of trouble for Peterson here, it looks like. Tree might not have triggered. Smith coming in at 10-10 on the clock. Only .0063. That is 0063 off of that 10-10 dial-in. And unfortunately for Dean Peterson, something went wrong there. And as a quick reminder, as we're rolling on through the day here, there is going to be at 5 o'clock that bike show going on for those Harleys doing a bike trick show once again. That'll be at 5 o'clock here. There should also be a monster truck ride along. As soon as we get a time as to when that is happening, we will be sure to shout it at you all. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top dragster to your lanes, please. Top dragster to your lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in them, their pits. Top dragster, make your way on to those lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Moderson from Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. Moderson from Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. That is once again our final Top Sportsman racer to the lanes, please. All right, as a heads up, all NHrA bracket class winners will be awarded their checks and wallies during their second qualifiers tomorrow on the return road following their pass. Also, all NHrA winners and runner-ups, semifinalists as well, can collect their payouts at the competition gates along the main entrance road. Butler, sorry, my bad. I was trying to remember not to say it that way. We had a spelling error earlier. Darren Butler coming in from Challange, Saskatchewan in that 1941 Willys. Once again, Darren Butler getting ready to rumba for top sportsman here. Racing against the bye. Going to be chased after that Ghost of Christmas Past, apparently. Coming in with a dial-in of 716. And just getting lined up with that tree. And both lights are lit. And there you go. And that'll be 7:27 and 189.95 on the clock there. Coming in off dial at 112 thou. Alrighty. Up next, Clint and Graham. Clint coming in the 1967 flavor Camaro. I don't have a year for Graham's, but another Camaro as well. A BC Camaro up against a BC Camaro. 912 for the dial-in, going to be chased by Graham. Clint with the reaction advantage here. And Clint will take it, staying ahead. Coming in at 913 up against that 912 dial-in. That reaction advantage locking him out. He has 33 total. That will lock out Graham Foster here. Pat McNally and Jason Miller coming in next. McNally dialed in at 705. Is going to be chasing down Miller at 779. And another Camaro chasing that split window Corvette. Pat has found the tree. First bulbs are lit. Second on Miller. Might be a little bit of gamesmanship going on here. Oh, Jason Miller. Nice reaction there. And there you go. That will lock out barely. There was great reactions and margins from both there. Jason Miller, though, in that Napa lane at 6 thou for reaction. And coming in with only off dial by 004. That is 10 total. He will take the stripe by 31 thou there. And Pat, though, with also a pretty good run, but not enough against that total of 10. Coming in at 21 for reaction and 20 off dial. Mike Lucas in the Camaro. 749 for that dial, and going to be chasing Randy Motorson in that other split window Corvette, 1963. Mike Lucas with a bit of an advantage on the reaction here. Coming in at 7:49 and only 8 thou off dial. That will lock out Randy Motorson. Randy Motorson with reaction of 41 and off dial by 28. A good race from both of them there, but an amazing performance from Mike Lucas there. Daryl Steinbach coming around one more time on that double-headed Dragster. As a reminder, if you're coming out back, oh, pardon me, I'm losing my voice, apparently going into puberty. As a reminder for Daryl Steinbach, no, we're not doing that here today. As a reminder for Daryl Steinbach, half of the proceeds from their event will go to the Kids Cancer Foundation. So if you get a chance to get in on their queue tomorrow, you know that money is going to a good cause. That Twisted Motorsports Dragster is brought to you by Jiffy Lube Mortonville, Bride Business Broker, and Colmark Contracting. That passenger probably having a ton of fun. Wonder how shaky they're going to be when they get off of that. On to our top dragsters here. Burning out of that burnout box, Madison Morton dialed in at 7:46. Going to be chased by Mike Crozier here. Alrighty, they're getting lined up. Just bringing out that inner lumberjack and finding that tree. Pining for that tree. And lights are up. Oh, and that is a nice big reaction advantage to Madison Morton there. That will decide it. That'll lock him out. Madison Morton coming in with a reaction of 005. That is only 5 thou for reaction and 77 on the off dial. Mike breaking out there. Madison moving on. All right, everybody. NHrA Pro to the lanes, please. Pro to the lanes, please. Once again, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro to lanes, please. Pro to lanes, please. Alrighty, everybody. CMDRA Super Gas and Street to lanes, please. CMDRA Super Gas and Street Bikes to your lanes, please. Once again, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Gas and Street Bikes to your lanes, please. Alrighty, on that last one there, Stan Essery in that AFD Dragster. with a reaction of 21 thou is going to break out narrowly there, but racing the by, so who cares? Coming in at 006 off dial. That is only 6 thou past his 614 dial in. Dalen Miller dialed in 744, going to be chased by Chantel Bent. Coming in at 685 for that dial in. Miller with the advantage on reaction here. And will lock it out. Miller with a reaction of 34 thou, only off dial by 17. Gonna lock out Chantel Bent. Miller, 744 dial in, coming in at 745.79. Chantel Bent dialed in at 685, coming in at 687, but having a rough reaction there. That will lock her out. Cody Lewinsky and Dalton Garrow coming up next. Cody coming in from Charlie Lake, British Columbia, dialed in at 752. Dalton Garrow coming in 726 for that dial in. Never mind, he's backing up. Might need to rewarm those tires. Well, looks like we have a little bit of downtime here. I'd like to do a shout out to our drag suite holders here. Charlie Curry from Right Track Mechanical and Mach 1 Diesel. Kurt Thompson from Milron. Ron Hodgson from Ron Hodgson Chevrolet Buick and GMC. Josh Scirocco, sorry, from GNS Industrial Trailer Services. Jason Duchesne from Finning Cat. Robert Klein from Londonderry Dodge. Chris McDonald from Cooper Equipment Rentals. Eugene Dare from Napa Auto Parts. Tim Sasbo and Kevin Robertson from Hoosier Tires and Southside, from Southside Mitsubishi. Rob McCargar from Alberta General Contractors. Jay Ems from Prime Movers. Leslie Webb from Webb Motorsports and Lesco. Cal Nowicki from and Jesse Vanderwerf from Heavy Metal Equipment Rentals, and Brian from Shocker Racing.
Check with the Pastor Call 1 if they wonder there's no point in running it.
Shane McGadden from Alta Vac, and Rob Steves from Global Power Systems. Tim Boychuk from Boychuk Ventures Incorporated, and here for Saturday night, Jarrett Zimmer from Hot Rod Directional Boring Ltd, Corey Ryan, and celebrating that stag here tonight, Kelly Grant from Grant Performance Motorsports. I might have seen him walking around earlier when I was walking on the little back area here behind the tower, and I think I might have seen him as there was somebody that looked like they were in a stag, wearing an outfit that would be evidentiary of that. Well, I'm hearing some revving, so hopefully we will get back into our runs here soon. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Could I get Dragster 6011 631 NHrA 6858 6974 Michael 615 and 601C. Looks like we have a bit of a rerun here. Please be back to the staging lanes as we're running you guys right away here again. Once again, that is 6011 63-1 NHrA 6858 6974 Michael 615 and 601 Charlie. Can I get you guys back to your lanes, please? And Cody Lewinsky coming in a little tighter there. 13th out for reaction. Breaking out a little bit. Dalton Garrow also very tight to that dial in too, though, at 004, only 4,000 off. Lewinsky only 2,000 off, going a little faster than they're supposed to. McKenna Bold and Kristen Groves up next. Bold at 757, Groves at 688. Coming in with 688 for that dial-in, and coming in at 689 and the reaction advantage. Kristen Groves. McKenna Bowl dialed in at 757. Will come in at 755, breaking out there. Zach Clark in that 2019 Miller Dragster. Tanner Gates in that Yancer. Gates will be chasing Clark here. Gates at 706 for dial-in. Clark at 721. Bulbs are lit. And a very narrow tree jump there for Tanner. Tanner jumping the tree by only 5 thou. Just narrowly on the wrong side of that red light there. Clark dialed in at 721, hitting that line at 722. Only off dial by 11 thou. Jesse Vanderwicke coming in with 738. He'll be running away from Dale Bristow, dialed in at 721. Reaction advantage to Jesse here. Oh, and that'll make him break out, unfortunately, there. With a great reaction of 004. That's 4 thou, dialed in at 738. We'll hit that line at 735. Bristow coming in with 721 and hitting that line at 723. Once again, Jesse breaking out there, unfortunately. Jason Prosler coming in at quad 11, or sorry, quad ones. And Cale Menzel in that dart coming in, chasing after him at 989. Reaction advantage there was to Menzel. Menzel taking it. Hitting that only by off dial at 63. A tight one between those two. But we'll take the stripe at 27 thou. 995 against that 989 dial in. Prosler coming in with 1111 for that dial in and hitting that line at 1115. Very tight race there. Zach Gates coming in from Medicine Hat, dialed in at 1042. And Chuck Amoyet in the Vega, dialed in at 999. Oh my goodness, a great reaction for Gates there. And they'll both break out there. However, it will be Amoyet that is breaking out by slightly less there. Gates, 2 thou reaction will work against him potentially there. Once again, dialed in at 1042, reaction of 2 thou. And unfortunately, being off dial by 31 thou, beating that dial in the red. Amoyet also breaking out, but breaking out by less at 20 thou. John Darpuff in that GTO, dialed in at 1090. And Cole Butler dialed in at 1203. Both breaking out here again, but John breaking out by less here. Managing to chase, but not chase too hard here. 1090 dial in, coming in at 1087.
Well, the end of the pros. Into the paddock, attention to the paddock. Ed Mataguski to the tower. Ed Mataguski to the tower. And while it's quiet out, Ed Mataguski to the tower. Ed Mataguski to the tower. Attention in the paddock, attention in the pits, wherever you are. Ed Mataguski, you have been requested to come to the tower. Ed Mataguski to the tower. Final call, Ed Mataguski to the tower. As we have our CMDRA, the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Race Association, Super Gas category. This Carl Mills in the summit lane.
Brake, car,
So Carl Mills in the summit lane in that 2005 Harley FXR. In the Napa, Jeremy Lott in the 2006 Harley Destroyer. A red light jump for Carl Mills. Jeremy Lott rushing to the end of that quarter mile. 9.99 for Jeremy Lott. 9.89 for Carl Mills, but a red light for Carl Mills. Garrett Price out of Red Deer, Alberta in the 2006 Harley Destroyer. Now pulling up to the line. They got to line him up, make sure he's pointed straight. These bikes go fast in a straight line. They're not really meant to turn. Lights up the first bulb, inches forward. There's the second. Red light jump, Garrett Price. Garrett Price, 9.88 on the red light. Mark Hall in the Honda, in the summit lane. Tiffany Main in the 2020 Harley Lowrider. The light goes down. Not a good start for the Honda of Mark Hall. No time on Tiffany's side. Mark Hall with a 12:13. Next up in the CMDRA Street Class, Curtis Peddle and Nick Grega. Curtis Peddle in the Summit, Nick in the Napa. Curtis with an 11:71. Nick with that 11.97. Marie Leclerc and JMs. Marie on that Kawasaki, the Z1000. I believe it's a Z1000. It looks like one from up here.
C1000.
And JMs on the Harley Nightster. This year's CMDRA Street Class. JM's getting a time there of 12:75. Nothing coming in on my end for Marie Leclerc.
The red one right in the water box. It's Ducati Panigale V2. Yeah. V2. That's important.
Next up, Logan Boys, the 2022 Harley in the Summit Lane. Neil Churchill in the Napa Lane in that 2008 ZX-10R. Beautiful, beautiful run. 10:04 for Neil Churchill. 13:24 Logan Boys.
That was said some songs. Sorry, can you repeat that? Super Pro Hot Twin?
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. NHrA Super Pro. NHrA Super Pro and CMDRA Hot Twin to the staging lanes. NHrA Super Pro to the staging lanes. CMDRA Hot Twins to the staging lanes. As we see Trevor Flight heading down the quarter mile. Didn't get a name for the 777. An 11:11 for Trevor Flight. 11:97 for the rider in the Napa lane. Next up in the CMDRA Street category, Jay Dudley in the 2006 Yamaha, Cody Minor in the 2008 Harley HD. Not a bad launch from both riders. A 10:17 for Jay Dudley's Yamaha, and Cody Minor with that 12:15 for the Stargate Technologies Badlands HD Minor Cattle Co. CMDRA Executive Harley Davidson. In the paddock and in the pits, Rick Duchesne to the drag tower. Rick Duchesne to the tower. Again, attention in the pits and the paddock. Rick Duchesne to the tower. Back again in the 2-fun Dragster, the Twisted Motorsports 2-seater Dragster, taking another fun person out for a ride, all in the name of the cure for kids' cancer.
Lottery has not been reviewed.
And once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you're not already there, top dragster racers 6011, 631 NHrA, 6858, 6974, Michael 615, and 61 Charlie. Sorry, 601 Charlie. All top dragster reruns to those staging lanes. Top dragster reruns to your staging lanes. Once again, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top dragster reruns to the staging lanes, please. We will run you as soon as we can. All right, McKenna Bold and that Mulus dialed in at 755. Going to be chasing after Pat Duhaneke, dialed in at 892. Duhaneke coming in from Seba Beach. And McKenna coming in from the ungulate capital of Alberta, Red Deer. Entry down. There we go. That's going to be pretty tight between those two. Duhaneke at 19th thou for reaction. Bold at 21th thou. Bold will take it. Bold coming in at 756 and will hit that stripe with a margin up, taking the stripe by 6 thou. Super tight race there. Once again, McKenna Bold taking it 755, hitting that line at 756. Gary Tomiak coming in next at 902, dial in. And that is unfortunate. Gary unfortunately jumping that red light there. Saw a little bit of tire issue at that line, unfortunately for him. And he will be breaking out as well, but red light at 001. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Juniors to your lanes, please. Junior dragsters to your lanes, please. Once again, that is attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior dragsters to your lanes, please. Junior dragsters to your lanes, please. And we have some bikes coming on up here. I think I might be handing this off here. But as a reminder, if you like bikes, at 5 o'clock, half an hour away from now, we will be having that trick show.
That's right. That is at 5 o'clock. That is the West Stunt Show. I know a lot of those guys over there. They train really hard to do the coolest things with a motorbike that you can imagine. Aside from going really quickly in a straight line. So, the CMDRA Hot Twins is Logan Boys in the 2022 FX BBS and Tiffany Main in that 2020 Harley Lowrider.
Did you want us to call the last two top dragsters to be rerun?
You need to turn your mic off.
What?
I think it's working. Well, you need to turn your mic on.
I wasn't. How would my. As the CMDRA Hot Twins get some runs in, we are calling up our rerun dragsters. So the rerun dragsters back to the staging lanes to do your rerun. Cody Miner in the Summit, Nick Krega in the Napa. And while we're watching these guys, we will call up the Pro Extremes. So attention in the pits. Pro Extreme to the staging lanes. Pro Extreme to the staging lanes. Adam Vaughn in the Ducati Panigale V2. JM's in the 2010 Harley Nightster. Looks like he had a gear problem there. Couldn't get it to go. Got back on it. The V2 takes off. 12-11 for Adam Vaughn. JM's the 14-7.
And now we're going to have our rerun dragsters getting ready to rumba here. Dalen Miller in that undercover red has a dial in of 744, going to be being chased by Chantel Bent in that 2024 at TNT. Dialed in at 685. I could tell you the official name of those big wings on the back of these dragsters, but for anybody that's new, that might be spoilers. And for anybody that might be not familiar with the top dragster format, the reaction times are one of the most important things here. That and how close to that dial-in you can get is what decides if you win or lose here. Attention, attention. Black truck on the return road. That is not a place to park. Attention, attention. Black diesel on the return road. License plate BXJ8167. That is not a parking spot. Please remove your vehicle from the return road. Once again, black diesel truck on the return road. Please move your vehicle to a valid parking spot. You are not in a valid parking spot and may risk getting towed here. BXJ8167. Move your vehicle. All right, on that last one there, Dalen Miller managed to stay ahead of Chantel. Dialed in at 7:44, hitting that line at 7:45 with a nice reaction advantage in that race. 18th thou and only 10th thou off dial, locking out Chantel Bent. Madison Morton coming in with dialing of 7:46. Being chased by Mike, 7:30 for that dial-in. He got around her there. He'll take the stripe by 25 thou there. Dialed in at 7:30 and coming in only off dial by 61. And once again, Madison Morton having a great reaction there, but it's not enough as Mike Crozier did take it there. 24th thou for reaction for Mike and Madison at 16th thou, but Mike getting tighter to that dial. And we're just building a little tension here as the last of our top dragster reruns are getting ready to creep on up. As a reminder, the top dragsters are going to be sneaking by, coming in ahead of those top juniors. So make sure you make way for them. Anybody out there in the audience glad it's not like 30 degrees right now? Nobody. Wow. You guys all love the heat? I guess it's better for the races than minus 30. You have to be a little slick on the track. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. CMRA Pro Extreme to the lanes, please. CMRA Pro Extreme to the lanes, please. Following them, CMDRA V Pro to the lanes, please. V Pro to the lanes, please. And finally, CMDRA Superbike to those lanes, please. Well, make sure you're leaving room for the people in front of you, and hopefully those top dragsters should be sneaking through those lanes, as we need to get them next before anybody else can get runs going. Alrighty, for the last of our reruns here, Chris Crozier and Mike Darren. Chris coming in from Leduc, Mike coming in from Edmonton. Chris, 731 dial-in, sorry, is going to be chased by Mike at 717. Will he stay ahead or will Mike get around him here? And they're just getting ready to rumba, looking for that tree. First light lit. Second light. And the reaction advantage is going to go to Mike Darren at 36 thou. Chris, 94 thou. And Mike will take it, carrying it. 723 up against that 717 dial-in. Reaction advantage winning him the day here. Margin of 37 thou there. Mike, once again, 36 thou for reaction and off dial by 66 thou. Chris having a little bit of a rough start at 94 thou and hitting that line at 45 thou. It will go to Mike Darren, taking it narrowly. And into our Junior Thunder here. Serenity Bourbon, or Borden, sorry, dialed in at 1545. And Jackson Vanderwicke coming in at 1215. Gonna be chasing her down. And he'll miss catching her. Serenity taking that one, coming in at 15.8 and 39.62 on that 8th mile. Jackson coming in at 12.15 for that dial-in and only coming in at 12.84. Very close. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. It's not a bird, it's not a plane, it's Superbike. Superbike, make your way to the lanes, please. Superbike, make your way to the lanes, please. Once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Superbike to lanes, please. Superbike to lanes, please. All righty, for our next one here, Chuck Porter dialed in at 1185, and Matajewski in that Nova dialed in at 1189. That is a pretty tight difference between those dial-ins there. Difference of only about 4 thou there. Matajewski's going to get chased in that Napa lane. double red light, much like their dial-ins, very close on reaction there. Porter red lighting at 26 thou, and Matajuski red lighting at 23 thou. Chuck Porter is going to take it at 1183, breaking out as well, but red lighting by less. Rebecca stand even, dialed in at 807, and Daniel O'Connor dialed in at 804. Difference of 3 thou. O'Connor's going to be chasing Rebecca here. Getting those tires nice and toasty. Both racers making their way to that tree. Top bulb lit. And that'll be the second. Ooh, Daniel O'Connor with a great reaction of 0039. Stand even with also 48 thou for reaction. So good reactions out of both of these. O'Connor, though, with a very good one. He will take it. 804 for reaction, coming in at 836. Or sorry, 804 for dial-in, coming in at 836. Rob Aston and Jeff Petrie up next here for the Pro Extremes. And that water box is nice and wet as we get into our Pro Extremes here. Gonna have a few bike heats in a row here. Steal it from me. Oh yeah.
Well, the CMDRA Pro Extreme bikes are back. Rob Ashton in the 2018 Suzuki Hayabusa, alongside the other Busa of Jeff Petrie, both turbo Busas, I believe. They are both boosted, that is for sure, and they go fast. Rob Ashton out of Calgary, Alberta. Zen Custom Homes Fuel Tech. Jeff Petrie, Whole Shot Engine Works, and Pedo Productions.
I don't want to do that again.
Jeff all the way out from Yellowknife.
Hey. Perfect. I'll do an announcement and find out. I'll do some research. Yeah. Who are you talking to?
Anyways.
So these wonderful CMDRA Pro Extreme boosted bikes. They're going to get to the line. They're going to make sure that they are dead straight down that track. And we know it's sticky. So here we go. Get the boost rolling, get them staged.
And the funny thing is, you're right next to the airport, too. Yeah. But at the time, this probably was what you were watching.
Not such a good run for Jeff from Yellowknife. He is backed out of it completely, rolling slow all the way up that Napa lane.
Check 1, 2. Check.
Just making sure. Thank you. What do you think, dude?
Next pair up, Scott Richardson out of Red Deer, Alberta, in the Suzuki Hayabusa. Again, another pair of Busas. Walter Dwellstorff from Edmonton. Off they go. Wow, they go fast in a straight line. 6.9 for Scott Richardson at 198 mile an hour. 8.69 for Walter. Well, I believe the time. It's 5 minutes before the bike stunt show. So if you didn't get enough bike action, the bike stunt show is happening.
Just ask you to announce it.
In the Midway. So, you want to go check out some more bike action. The West Stunt Crew's here, and they are amazing. I'm friends with a lot of them, and they know how to put on a show. Let's head on down there and take a quick look at what they have to offer. As we have the two fun Twisted Motorsports double-seater dragster taking someone for a ride down that drag strip. Daryl Steinbach, the driver, making that pass with a passenger at 8.70. Licensing pass for the truck. All right, licensing pass for the turbo truck. A lot of guys out here trying to get their licenses. Let's hope for a smooth run. And that is very smooth. At a 9.6 at 142. Well, I dare say that's a truck that can move. Back around with the CMDRA Superbikes. Mark Hall in the Napa from Eggshaw, Alberta. And Phil Regular out of Calgary. Phil in the Summit, Mark in the Napa. And Phil there with a 10:39 for that qualifier, and Mark Hall with an 11:69. Carmen in the Summit from Edmonton. Don beside them. Don Fergan from Calgary.
So monster trucks are going to be
Don lines himself up. Carmen lines themselves up. Getting ready for that pass. Lights up the top of the tree. Carmen's got to go a little closer. Light up that next one. Two lit up. Here we go. Absolutely wild. 9.93 for Don Fergan. 12.16 for Carmen. Neil Churchill from Pigeon Lake in the Summit. Woodpines RV and Prime Movers. Jay Dudley out of Calgary. The 2005 Yamaha up against the ZX-10. Red light for Neil Churchill. But a very even race between the two if they were. This is qualifying. 10-12 for Neil Churchill on the red light. Jay with a 10-16. Alrighty, everybody. You see that jet truck? That means it's time to move to the right of the Octane Grandstand for all you lovely fans. I'm going to need you guys to keep moving right and all the way to the other side of the grandstand. For everyone in the balconies, we need you guys back inside as Hayden Prophet's wonderful jet truck lines up at the start all the way from Burnett, Texas. He's come to put on a show. If you weren't here yesterday, we got a small taste with Ryan McQueen earlier with the supercar jet car. But now you get to see the full show. Hayden has his license. Hayden's allowed to go full tilt. He's allowed to give it everything it has. And if there's one thing Hayden likes doing, he likes putting on a show. So remember I was talking to you about the afterburner shock wave that you will feel? Well, you're going to feel it a lot with him. For those just joining us on the grandstand, the Octane Grandstand, you need to be on the right of it. Please and thank you. So just give them a few minutes. They got to do some prep They got to make sure everything fires up properly. Make sure you're all on the right side for those just joining in. But here we go. Little bit of smoke. That means they're getting fired up. So one of the engines fired up. Second engine is fired up. That's 2. Well. Hayden Prophet spooling it up. It's about to get very hot and loud. Give us the smoke a little bit. While there's flames out the top, there'll be flames out the rear. All right, the man from Texas. Hold on. Right side of the grandstand. Right side.
Oh, hey. I think I got the idea now.
Well, if they don't learn, they will learn. As now you see why we tell them not to stand by it, not to stand near it. You will get singed. Those are the afterburners, and he loves to hit them. Likes to rattle the eardrums just a little bit. Now, who's ready to see how fast it can go? Well, he said he'd put on a show. He is putting on a show. Inching his way to that line. The first one's lit up. Hayden Prophet, show him what the jet truck can do. Down the quarter mile, 8:42 at 166 mile an hour. Unreal. So whose first time was that seeing the jet truck? All right. He will be back. Don't go anywhere. Well, even though we saw that wonderful jet truck out there and we all absolutely loved it, a huge shout out from Rad Torque Raceway, including the man driving that skid steer, Mike. They like to thank Twilight Trucking, Light Hauling, and General Contracting, especially to Dale and Lindsay for the hotshot run to Kentucky and back in 4 days to get this dragger and scraper in time for this event. So a big shout out to Twilight Trucking, Light Hauling, and General Contracting. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I got a big of a long list for you.
From stock to stock down?
Yeah,
So we're going to need NHrA stock, super stock, CMDRA Crazy 8, and then the NHrA Top Sportsman. All of you to the staging lanes. Again, that is our NHrA Stock Super Stock, CMDRA Crazy 8, and NHrA Top Sportsman to the staging lanes.
And as a reminder, that was a bonus jet car round here. We will have another round of that before too long. There will be a 3 tonight. Getting a little bit more than you guys paid for here, hey? And a huge thanks again to Hayden Profit, bringing that once again all the way from Burnett, Texas. Certainly knowing how to put on a show for us here today. And as a reminder to any out there, those monster trucks are roaring around here. Sounds like they're pretty busy, but if you're looking to get your way on out there tonight, make sure you make your way on over.
For all you parents out there, if you go by the mini donut place there, right beside there, they have free pictures of the Bubble Up Funny Car with the driver. They have free decals of the Bubble Up Funny Car and free decals of the driver, the pacemaker logo. All free, absolutely free, right by Cole's Mini Donuts.
And I'm looking at those stickers here right now. He was kind enough to bring us up some, and those are fantastic images there. The Pacemaker Racing stickers and decal looking awesome. One of that great car, the other in their livery. And with that funny car steering wheel, gas mask, and full protective gear, looking awesome here. Once again, big thanks to Ron Hodgson, who was just on the mic there, for being one of our sponsors for this event here today. As a reminder, that funny car, the Bubble Up, is one of the fastest cars in the world, actually the record holder for its class. Two-time, I think it broke the record twice last year, but I'm going to have to ask him again next time I see him. But broken 2 records last year, it sounds like, from what I remember. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Sportsman and Top Dragster to your lanes, please. Top Sportsman and Top Dragster to your lanes, please. Once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Sportsman and Top Dragster to your lanes, please. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster. Make your way onto those lanes, please. And as a reminder, with any of these calls to lanes, please make sure you bring your car with you. Or bike. All right, Carl Millis on that Harley Street 2005, brought to you by Trico Industries and Frank's Welding, Hoya's Place, Excalibur Cycle, and Mac Hose and Fitting. Up against Nicole Kidd on that 1984 Suzuki. Going into our Crazy Eights. And, oh, he's come on in.
Crazy Eights again. Okay.
Well, Carl Mills off to a great launch. Nicole Kidd trying to match it, but a little behind. They get to the end of that quarter mile. 8:92 for Nicole Kidd. That's a way better run than the last one. Carl Mills, the 9:33. 144 mile an hour for Nicole Kidd. Carl at 146. Absolutely crazy with these guys on the bikes. So now we'll move into the stock super stock category, and this is their final. Final run of eliminations for the stock super stocks. Fired up and ready to roar. In your summit lane, Chuck Porter out of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan in the Chevy Camaro. In the Napa lane, in the Pontiac Firebird out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, Brian Gable. They line them up. Let's see who takes it, who moves on. Chuck Porter, Brian Gable, all on the line, eyes on the tree. Lifting those front tires, good getaway for Brian Gable. Chuck Porter keeping that traction down for this final. 11:90 for Chuck Porter, taking that win. So that was your stock super stock final with Chuck Porter from Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, taking it home with that 1190 at 103 mile an hour. We got the two fun Twisted Motorsports Daryl Steinbach two-seater dragster taking somebody out for a ride.
And we're moving on into our top sportsman semi-final here. Mike Lucas and Darren Butler. Butler at 7:19 for that dial. Going to be chasing Mike Lucas here. Dialed in at 7:49 in that semi lane. Who will move on to our Saturday final here? Will it be the Camaro or will it be the Willys? and tight reactions here. Difference of only 2,000. And Mike Lucas will manage to stay ahead there. Darren was not able to get around him. Mike Lucas dialed in 749, hitting that line at 750 with a 19th thou for reaction. Darren Butler with a narrow reaction advantage there, but just could not get around him there. Mike Lucas moving on to the Sportsman final here. Clint and Jason getting ready to go here. Jason will be chasing him, dialed in at 779. Clint at 912 for dial in. And they're backing out here. Alrighty, we have that scrubber coming out. Super exciting here. What you all really came here for, obviously. Scrubber making sure that that track is nice and safe for everybody to run here.
So what do you think its quarter mile time is?
Might be worse than mine jogging, maybe, but we'll see. And I don't think I'm particularly fast, but... And they're checking for oil here, making sure everything is safe. I know that something looking slick is often a compliment, but in this case, it is not. We need all of those horsepower getting to that track. So we don't want anybody slipping around here, as going that fast means it could lead to disaster. And as a reminder, today is day 1 for the races here, and tomorrow will be day 2. And those 50-50 gentlemen walking around with his vest, I could see him there. We just had that 4 o'clock pot come out. It was $6,000 going towards the winner there. That was $12,080. Yeah, $12,000 on the pot and $6,000 to the winner there on that 50-50. Huge pot. We'll have another pot here at 9 p.m. here.
Anybody out there want a t-shirt? Who wants a t-shirt? Mute that music. Kill the music. This is important. We got Chevy out there. We got, I'm not sure, he's the guy with the AFD shirt. So he's probably the guy dressed. Is that Stan? I'm guessing that's Stan. And Chevy. Make some noise. Get up. Make Chevy run all the way to the end. I want to see a t-shirt in the last grandstand.
You know, I said we needed to buy them a t-shirt cannon, but I don't think they need it.
We don't need a Maud Flanders, okay? Nobody's blowing Maud Flanders off the end of the grandstand here, okay?
Look at that toss from
Look at that
Chevy.
arm, though. He's like halfway up the grandstand. I got to give it. Chevy's got an arm.
Go loud for him.
The best part of the oil down is us talking trash about the boys throwing t-shirts.
This is what we should be doing in the ceremonies then. The oil now.
All right, he's out of shirts.
Since when are we allowed to be producers?
But what a crowd here. You guys are amazing. We hopefully won't be too much longer on this wait to get the drag strip back and clear. So just hang out with us, check out some other facilities that are kicking around. We got the monster truck rides. The stunt bike show already happened, so sadly can't go back to that one. But you can get yourself a 50-50 ticket from the Leduc Nisku Rotary that is walking around. The last winner won $6,400.
Top Dragster.
All right, everybody, we need to get the first call out to all the drivers in the pits there. We are calling Pro Mods and Nitro Funny Cars to the lanes. Yes. Pro Mods and Funny Cars to the lanes. All right, just attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Mods and Nitro funny cars to the lanes. That's right, for all the fans, that means we're going to get some good action up here pretty quick in this place.
Alrighty, carrying on that semifinal for top sportsman, Clint and Jason getting in there. Jason's going to be chasing Clint here. Jason with a dial-in of 779. Clint at 912. Will it be the split window or will it be the Camaro? Which Chevy will make it to the levee first here?
Told me that Chevy.
So down the straight they go for the semifinal. And Clint Dalovich getting the win there. Moving on to the finals. And that 9-1-2 secures that spot. One more to go for Top Dragster. Who will go see Clint? Sorry, this is Top Dragster. So one more to go for the top sportsman. We move over to the top dragsters. Zach Clark, Mike Crozier. Zach Clark in the summit. Mike Crozier out of Leduc, Alberta in the Napa. Zach racing from Mission, BC. So this is the quarterfinals for top dragster, and Zach Clark beating out Mike Crozier by just a tenth. 7:24 for Zach, sees him through. Stan Esri In the Summit, out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, the AFD, Geralta, Tradewinds, Chemco, CPI, Impact Coatings, and Carlin Services Dragster up against Kristen Groves from Alder Flats, Alberta in the Napa. They're staged, ready for their quarter. A quad 0 for Kristen Groves. But losing out to Stan Esri, but a quad 0 reaction. A perfect reaction. Normally we'll see trip zeros, but now we've seen a quad today. But Stan Esri advancing on, but a big pat on the back for Kristen Groves. Next on the line, Dalen Miller from Fort St. John, BC. Dale Bristow from Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta in the Napa. The lights go down and off they go. Oh, not good for Dale Bristow. And that is going to be Dalen Miller advancing on. Next up, Cody Levitsky up against Mike Darren. Cody out of Charlie Lake, BC. Mike out of Edmonton. And Mike gets that win with that 7-1-7. Moving on.
announcer. Announcer, please turn the music off. All right, everybody, if I can get Gord up there, if you want to let them know to turn the music off for me so we can get our announcers starting. So, my name's Damien, and I want to welcome all of you down here for the 2024 Rocky Mountain Nationals here at Red Torque Raceway. Has everybody been having a good time today? Yeah. Well, we got a lot of stuff happening tonight in the show. We got nitro funny cars, alcohol funny cars, check cars, pro mods, top sportsman, top dragster. Bunch of stuff happening, so we're going to have a good one. We just like to do a little opening ceremony here, and I'm going to hand things over now to Chevy Reeves, the GM of the track, to get things started.
All I can say is wow. Thank you everybody for coming out. The weather has played nice. Despite popular belief, we're racing. We haven't stopped racing since 9 a.m. this morning. It's awesome to see all you guys here smiling, having fun. You're out in the midway enjoying the stunt bike show, the monster truck rides, all the great food, beverages, merchandise, and of course everything that's happening on track. It is so amazing, and we are so proud to present the Rocky Mountain Nationals. It originated in 2003, and we are still going today. Now, some of you guys might not know that the racetrack has recently undergone brand new ownership. Standing to my right here is Glenn Stenaba, our brand new owner. He is doing so much for this facility. If you haven't had the chance to take a look at the brand new Thunder Alley, it hosts collector cars, some cool stuff from years past up to current. Right next to our drag tower, we have the all-new Octane Club, a fully immersive VIP experience. It's got catering, it's got swag, and it's got really great viewing of our burnout box. You can catch all the action, the jet cars, the pro mods, the funny cars in the Octane Club and future events, and we're so proud. And we aren't stopping there. We have so much more up our sleeve, but I want to thank everybody for coming out. It is so awesome to see you guys, and we couldn't be prouder just to see what kind of event, lifestyle, and really an all immersive experience we could provide you guys, and it's only going up from here. As you can see, we have our vintage towing crew here. They are helping us out all weekend long. They are having fun, chatting with the fans. They've got a cool Lightning McQueen Corvette out there. It is a blast to see. Get some pictures with it with your kids. We can't thank you enough. So I will pass the mic over to our brand new owner, Glenn Stenema. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Chevy. That was great. You pretty well took care of everything there. I'd like to special to all the racers. These guys are awesome guys. We got some of the world-class cars here this weekend. You fans, you should get out there to enjoy some of these guys. You know, Hutchins is running the world's fastest nitro car here, right? So, you know, go have a look at this stuff, man. It's really cool. You know, guys from you know, Tim Boychuk stuff. It's all really cool stuff, from bikes to cars to trucks to diesels. Racing is the heart. It's our heart and soul, right? So, you know, go have a look at it. Dan from Rad Torque here, Dan and Tammy. I want to give them a great big thanks for all the stuff they've done. Without these guys, you know, obviously we wouldn't be able to do what we can do. So, go buy some impact guns, guys. Okay, but yeah, torque guns. But thanks again, fans. You're awesome. Yeah. Here, Dan.
Thank you. Hi, guys. We're Rad Torque out of British Columbia. Sorry. But we love coming here. We've been racing at the track for several years now, but Chevy gave us the opportunity almost 3 years ago to take over the major sponsorship from Castrol, who foolishly pulled out. And we said, yeah, let's try it out and see how it works. And it's been awesome. You guys are great racers, great fans. You got a great place. I just wish it was closer to Abbotsford, but it's not. But it's real cool. And Glenn's got a whole bunch of new plans. The Reese family has done a great job for the last several years, and it's going to be upward and forward from here. Thank you, guys. Have a great evening.
Hello, I'm Monty Beagle, and I'm going to give the invocation. If you'd please remove your headgear, and we'll just ask a blessing upon this race. Father God, it's with grateful hearts that we call on you today and thank you for the privilege and the opportunity to be here to enjoy this race event. Thank you for this wonderful race facility that offers a diverse race experience for the race fans, competitors, and race enthusiasts. Lord, we ask a blessing not only on the owners, but also all those sponsors who support this facility in so many ways. Thank you for the hard-working staff and management here, as well as the safety crews and the personnel who serve the racers and the fans. We humbly ask that you protect them from harm and injury, as well as the fans and the racers and their families. Thank you for our country, our freedoms, and we pray for the leaders that would protect them. These things we ask and we pray in the mighty name of Jesus, your Son. Amen.
Is it working this? Oh, it's working. I'd like to introduce our singer, Amanda Lee Mitchell. She's been singing here since she was 13 years old doing the national anthem. So we welcome her back again, and she's going to take care of the national anthems for us, both Canadian and American.
Yes. Thank you. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everybody. It is time. We are going to get things rolling here. We're going to get the track prepped up, and I believe we're going to go straight into the west. Nope. I'm not sure. We're gonna go into dragsters, maybe. I see a dragster up here.
Hold the truck. Hold the truck. Hold the truck.
I know, I'm just waiting.
Okay, no, I didn't know if you heard me or not.
Yeah, no, she just told me.
Got it. All right, so we're going to do the two-seaters, going to do a quick pass, and then we're going to go straight into the West Coast Pro Mods. So we'll get action going here in just a moment. Thank you. I don't need to look any prettier.
Not yet.
Yeah, there it's going.
Now you go. Got your image back. Good centering.
All right.
You're, so we're sending
this guy and then Pro Mods?
And then Pro Mods? Okay.
All right, here we go. Two-seater gonna take a run.
I would love a drink. Just a pop.
Okay, surprise me.
As it heads up, there is a change to this.
Back up.
Yeah, there's a change to this too. So we have right after the top field, we're gonna have the top pair. We're gonna run all our finals.
You're going Pro Mod,
Yeah.
Nitro,
Yeah.
and alcohols, Nitro Altered,
And then,
Top Fuel,
yeah, top pro.
Top Pro,
Sorry, should be top dragster and top pro.
Top Drag. Okay. Can I get you to do me a favor? Write this out in the order on the back there, and then that way we're not trying to figure out chicken scratch. Not chicken scratch, like short form. That's what I'm trying to say.
Unfortunately, my writing's probably a little worse than that. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, I saw that. Absolutely crazy. They got the shooter apparently, but he's dead. So conveniently, they can say whatever they want about him. All right, so Mike gonna go out there and give it a quick little drag here before we get the Pro Mods out there. Make sure they got everything they're looking for. And I got my friend Gordy Craig in the booth. That's right. You can use the orange one.
The yellow one working?
Yellow one works, yeah. Just gotta turn the switchy. So we're gonna get the West Coast Pro Mods out. I'm super excited to see these guys out there. I always love some good door slamming, heads up racing.
Are they running on Sunday? Okay.
So I think this is the first round of elimination for them now. They did Q3 earlier. They chunked it all up because they were
They were the only ones that moved up? Okay. So the 1920 bears haven't run it all the way up there?
Yeah, I get it. He's writing out the revised red flag. I love watching that Kubota just lead over as he goes around the corners making his laps. All right. So, I got my good friend Gord here.
Hello.
And you know a little bit about the Pro Mods, right?
A little bit.
A little bit? So have you figured out the format we're going to run here? I think we're going to be running the first round of eliminations, right?
That is what I'm just finding out. So we are kicking things off. We ran an extra set. Well, not extra. We ran the Pro Mods earlier this afternoon. They weren't supposed to run. That was a qualifying run. So we're changing, like what was supposed to be tonight was this was supposed to be another qualifying run here, right? Is that how that works?
I think so.
Yeah. The schedule's on an Etch-a-Sketch. And someone just shook it and said, this is what's going to happen. So round 1, West Coast Pro Mod Association on deck, ready to go here.
That's right. And let's see here. So if I remember our top qualifier, where's my sheet? Let me pull it up. It's right there. Can I? So I believe our top qualifier, as it stands right now, is still Garrett Richards, and he's driving that 2012 Mustang, the Bickle car, with a Walt Austin screw blower combination. So that's that fancy Ford big block that they tried to run in NHrA, and before they even got it there, NHrA told them they couldn't.
Go home.
What?
Go home.
Go home, yeah. So he's still running out there, which is great. So he's got a really neat car going on there. So he's got that screw-blown Hemi going on. Our second qualifier is going to be Scott Blake, and he qualified with a 3.9. So Garrett Richards with a 3.89. We got Scott Blake at a 3.90. And Scott Blake's out there in a 69 Camaro with a Mountain motor of a 950 cubic inch nitrous motor in there. So we got a bit of a diversity of the power adders. And then you throw in Sander Spelt, I believe is our third place qualifier with a 394. And he's driving that 57 Chevy. That one's got a Minor Bros 526 Hemi in it with a big old PSI screw blower on it. You getting me a ladder? Ooh, I like ladders. So we're going to get the ladder, and we'll find out who exactly is going to face who here in this first round of eliminations.
Yeah, so your number 1 qualifier, that of course being Garrett Richards, he get the bye run into round number 2. We have 9 Pro Mods on the property. Garrett Richards, courtesy of that blistering pass in qualifying, where he ran himself a 3.89 at 194 miles an hour, 8th mile race.
Yeah.
Gained Scott Blake, your number 2 qualifier.
That's right. Okay. So that is, we can turn the music off, please. But that's Wade Schustrom.
And Steve Goddard are going to be squared off here in this opening round of elimination. Scott Blake,